Testing, testing, 1, 2.
We can hear you, member.
Platform, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
You are
Mario.
coming through loud and clear.
Speaker Mike, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mario. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're shaping nicely. You're shaping nicely.
Recording in progress.
Madam Speaker,
There will now be a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Amen. I heard someone saying so. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, just to say that earlier on, we had a challenge in terms of our internet. We've tried to fix it so that we can be able to proceed with our hybrid. I just thought I needed to inform you because there might be glitches on the way, but at least we have tried to resolve it before the start of the meeting. The first item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ANC commends the swift arrest of a 30-year-old suspect, Mnisi, linked to the brutal killing of two young women in Mamelodi East, Pretoria. The victims, Pazentiamo Moramaga, 22, and Baliseng Moramaga, 21, were found lying next to each other on the side of the road with gunshot wounds in Mamelodi East Extension 17 on Sunday, 26 October. A third victim who was shot during the incident is receiving medical treatment at hospital. We commend the South African Police Services for their arrest as a crucial step towards justice and the reminder that accountability is non-negotiable in the fight against GBVF. They were since appeared before the Mamelodi Magistrate Court on Wednesday, 29 October 2025, and the case was postponed until 19 January 2026. We condemn this senseless act of violence that has once again robbed families, communities, and our nation of young lives filled with promise. We extend our condolences to the Moramaga family and friends during this time of unbearable grief. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. DA?
Honourable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to notify this House that despite our criminal justice facing imminent collapse, the ministers in the security cluster have failed to come up with a plan to ensure that rampant criminality is put to a stop. As it stands, the South African criminal justice system is unable to deal with the staggering amount of crime our citizens are forced to endure every day. State funds are looted without consequence, while the SAP's top brass allegedly colludes with criminal underworld. Crimes like rape, kidnapping, and murder abound, without much being done to address it. South Africans, particularly children, are unsafe in their own homes, in the streets, and in schools. flies in the face of the constitutional right to safety as contained in Section 12(1)(c) of the Constitution. The SAPS is unable to properly investigate and fight crime. Prosecutions take years because of a lack of capacity at the NPA, and insufficiency in our courts often results in dangerous offenders walking free. Convicted offenders are sent to overcrowded prisons where they are not reformed but forced to join criminal prison networks. Once released, they often present an even bigger danger to society than before conviction. The DA urges the Ministers of Police, Justice, Corrections and State Security to account for their department's failures and present a joint plan to uphold the rule of law and curb the rise of a mafia state. We refuse to let South Africa deteriorate into a mafia state, and we urge the relevant ministers to join us in the fight. Thank you.
Thank you, MK Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, as a member of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services, I travel across our beautiful nations, and I see the incredible potential in our people. However, I also see a concerning threat connecting to our economic challenges into the doors of our correctional facilities. We have a situation where our jails are full. And I believe root cause of this is many of our people, especially our young men, simply cannot find jobs. When we announce unemployment figures, we must remember that behind every number is a person who needs a pathway to dignity. Many men are struggling, and the high rate of suicide breaks my heart. We often find them in our prisons, on our street, in our informal settlement. Not a lack of talent, but the lack of opportunity. We need to ask where are the programs to engage them, to channel their energy into building our country. The people of Jabavu, Soshanguve, Kranskop, and Kwamashu are asking for a tangible change, not just more commissions and dialogues. They want to see action. My humble submission is this: let's pivot, let's turn this energy into a national project. Let's invest in programs that will keep our people with busy with productive work.
Your time is up. The ANC.
South Africa signed a landmark stone fruit trade protocol with China after months of anxiety among South African fruit producers over US tariffs. China has stepped in to provide a much-needed lifeline for the country's farmers. South Africa and China signed a historic stone fruit trade protocol in Shanghai, China, on Wednesday, 15th October 2025. The deal marks a significant step in deepening South Africa's access to the Chinese market. An increasingly vital destination for local produce, it opens the Chinese market to 5 steps of South African stone fruit, apricots, peaches, nectarines, plums, and prunes, for the first time. Importantly, we believe this agreement will open new pathways for young people, from training and employment in farming and logistics to opportunities in agri-processing, exports, and international trade. With agriculture identified as a key driver of youth employment, this deal provides a platform for young South Africans to enter a growing export industry, acquire new skills, and play a central role in driving rural development and food security. Ultimately, this agreement stands as a testament to the strength of South African-China partnership and the potential of trade diplomacy to deliver tangible economic benefits. Thanks, House.
Thank you. Economic freedom fighters.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This past weekend, the economic freedom fighters, led by our President and Commander-in-Chief, Julius Malema, unveiled a newly built house for Mr. Selo Mamabolo in Shishegu Ward 30, who uses a wheelchair for mobility. This follows Mr. Mamabolo expressing his frustration to the Commander-in-Chief about his living conditions, particularly the difficulties he faced with mobility and accessibility. As a country, we do not have so many people living with disabilities that it should be impossible to ensure that all of them have dignified housing that allows for proper mobility. In reality, ministers who take their work seriously would treat this as a special project in their office, collect a register of all people living with disabilities and address their needs. This is not an impossible task. Why this is not happening is difficult to understand. If ministers are failing, the president should simply take this matter as a special project of the presidency and ensure that the dignity, access, and mobility needs of our people living with disabilities are prioritized and resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the Inkatha Freedom Party is deeply concerned by growing number of multinational companies scaling down operations or exiting our country, from the banking giants to the manufacturing firms. The message is clear, Madam Speaker. Our economy is losing its attractiveness as a place to do business. Each company that closes its doors means more South Africans without jobs. These exits are not just about global market trends. They speak to the deeper governance issues. Investors are leaving because we have made it too difficult to do business here. Unreliable energy, red tape, and rising crime have created an environment where hope itself is expensive. We must rebuild trust with business community through clear policy, energy stability, and sound leadership. If we manage to do this, South Africa can once again be a country that attracts investors, not just for its market, but for its people. The IFP remains committed to a future where enterprise and opportunity go hand in hand and where prosperity begins with putting South African first. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the 8th of November 2025, thousands of people across the Gauteng province will participate in the annual health walk organized by the Dr. S.B. Radebe Foundation. Health is not the only important issue that lies at the heart of this annual walk. This annual walk is also an attempt to address the scourge of femicide and black-on-black violence that men perpetrate against women and children in South Africa. This is why all of us in the Gauteng province, including myself, public representatives, religious leaders, business leaders, artists, and countless others must participate with determination in this annual walk, because this ending femicide and black-on-black violence against women and children is our foremost and highest priority, as reiterated by President Cyril Ramaphosa. We owe this to the women and children of this country. We thank the Dr. S.B. Radebe Foundation for exerting greater attention and dedicating more resources to this annual health walk that is critical to a coordinated and collaborative fight against femicide and black-on-black violence. I thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Speaker. We have been told on numerous occasions that government does not intend to regulate religious institutions or interfere with their beliefs. It is in this context that I want to reiterate what my colleague, Honorable Steve Swart, said in this House on October the 23rd, that any unconstitutional attempt by the CRL Rights Commission to regulate churches under the guise of self-regulation will be met with fierce opposition from the ACDP, churches, and other religious organizations. Utterances by the CRL chairperson, Ms. Toko Mkonazi-Kaluva, such as religious practitioners who are not registered with the CRL Rights Commission, will be committing an offense by practicing without a license, will therefore go to jail, are not helpful. Speaker, the ACDP has been vocal in condemning human rights abuses, including abuse in some churches, and expect existing laws in this country to be used to deal with these abusers and lawbreakers. If criminality is taking place within the church or other religious institutions, it must be dealt with just as crime is dealt with outside those spheres. Let me remind this House that the constitutional mandate of the CRL Rights Commission is to promote respect for the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic communities, and to promote and develop
Honorable Member.
friendship
Your
and
time
humanity.
is up. The DA.
Honourable Speaker, I rise today to commend the Department of Home Affairs for its successful implementation of strategic economic initiatives, which have significantly boosted our economy, creating thousands of jobs and attracting valuable investment. This is the DA difference in government. Under the leadership of Minister Schreiber, the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme was designed to attract skills, promote investment, and stimulate growth in our vital tourism industry.
Daddy, please, you can proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. So the results achieved in the first phase alone are staggering. Substantial job creation with over 3,000 new tourism jobs providing livelihoods for thousands of our citizens and strengthening our communities. Significant tourism growth by streamlining visa processes and attracting nearly 40,000 tourists from emerging and developed markets, injecting substantial revenue into local economies. This is being supercharged now that the electronic travel authorization is being rolled out. Phase 1 is underway for G20 delegates from China, India, Indonesia, and Mexico, which will be followed up by opening up to all tourists. TTOS proved the concept. ETA will turbocharge it. This initiative is a prime example of how smart, efficient governance can directly translate into prosperity for our people. The influx of tourists and the fostering of a more attractive investment climate present a powerful economic multiplier effect to grow the economy and create jobs. Under DA leadership,
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up.
To Home Affairs.
UDM.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The United Democratic Movement is concerned with the prevalent reports that serious crimes, including extortion, are being plotted by inmates using mobile phones. One of the shocking reports revealed the surge in criminal activities orchestrated from within Portsmouth Prison, leading to a call for the implementation of cell phone signal blocking technology at the facility. The UDM urges the Minister of Correctional Services to expedite this process by first fast-tracking the pilot jamming project in the 5 already identified prisons. Addressing crime in South Africa requires more than just empowering the police and prosecutors. There is a dire need to strengthen the entire criminal justice system. The possession of cell phones by inmates defeats the purpose of convictions, as the inmates are still able to organize crime activities. It is also alleged that inmates collude with prison wardens in these criminal activities. This has been an ongoing concern and a big problem for the criminal justice system. In May 2025, the former police minister, Becky Cele, also revealed that most of South Africa's violent crimes are planned and organized from behind bars
Your
by
time is up.
inmates.
Thank you. Order, honourable members, may I ask our staff responsible for the aircon system to please deal with it. I've noticed that the temperature is a bit warm. Initially, I thought it's the private sun, scenario, but I see that no. Because other people, I'm not expecting them to have the private sun, but I was seeing. Anyway, thank you very much. The ANC.
The ANC believes that the recovery of the country's freight and logistics sector will help to change the economic strategy of the country. We therefore welcome the recent launch by the PRASA of the Trainset 300 Renewable Energy Initiative and new PRASA travel cards in Durban, which is part of PRASA broader strategy to modernize its passenger railway systems. The new train sets are said to be part of the larger Istimela Sabantu People's Train Fleet manufactured in South Africa by Gibela, and the Renewable Energy Initiative specifically relates to PRASA broader strategy to install solar power plants at its properties. This will reduce reliance on national grids, lower electricity costs, and enhance operational efficiency. The launch of the 300 sets for the fleet is a major benchmark. with plans to eventually manufacture a total of 600 train sets. The new trains are designed for a capacity of up to 1,200 passengers, and they feature CCTV cameras, air conditioning, and energy efficient technology. This aims to make travel more convenient and reduce queues for commuters. Thank you.
Thank you. MK Party. Order.
Somlomo hloniphekile, izibhedlela zikahulumeni sezaphenduka indawo zobuhlungu. Abantu bahlala emgqeni isikhathi eside, abanye bayafa bengasizwanga, baze bafe bengasizwanga. Izibhedlela azisahlanziwe, abasebenzi noma izinga lokuhlanzwa kwazo alikho phezulu. Abasebenzi abanosihawu sebeyancipha kakhulu. Lokhu akusile iphutha, kunganaki. Abantu bethu bayahlupheka lapho kumele bathole khona usizo. Umkhonto wesizwe Party uthi uhulumeni kumele abuyisele isithunzi sezibhedlela, aqinisekise ukuhlanzeka, ukunakekelwa kanye nokusebenza kahle kwabahlengikazi nodokotela. Umuntu akuyona inombolo, kodwa uyimpilo. Sizolwela ukuthi zonke izibhedlela zibuyele isithunzi sokunakekela abantu. I thank you.
Siyabonga lungehloniphekile. Economic freedom fighters.
Madam Speaker, the destruction of small-scale fishing communities along South Africa's coast, particularly in the Western Cape, is driven by an unholy alliance between the powerful capitalist interests and the political complicity of both the ANC and the DA. This has marginalized traditional fishers, erased customary rights, and criminalized livelihoods in favor of elite profit. The dispossession of coastal communities from their marine resources predates democracy, but had deepened under the post-1994 policies that cemented capitalist encroachment in the name of development. Central to this betrayal, Madam Speaker, is Operation Pakisa, presented as a blue economy, but in reality, a form of blue colonialism and blue apartheid that exploits ocean sustainability. Operation Pakisa prioritizes offshore oil and gas exploration while neglecting small harbors, tourism, and local livelihoods. Meanwhile, the industrial sector benefits from massive subsidies while small-scale farmers in places like Hood Bay, Mitchell's Plains, and Paternoster receive none, pushing many into illegality to survive. The government of neo-colonial unity, like past administrations, has failed to protect these communities. The Marine Living Resources Act of 1998 entrenched exclusions by ignoring.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Thank you so much.
The ANC.
The ANC Parliamentary Caucus commenced the crime intelligence-driven operation that led to the discovery of 20 million worth of cocaine at a small holding in Midrand, Gauteng. The operation took place on Tuesday evening, 28 October 2025, when a multidisciplinary team led by crime intelligence followed up on information about drugs being stored at a plot in Blue Hills, Midrand. Preliminary investigation reveals that the drugs had been brought in South Africa from a neighboring country and were destined for Cape Town in the Western Cape. During the search of the property, police discovered cocaine weighing about 80 kilograms hidden in a storage room on the identified plot. A 56-year-old man who is believed to be the owner of the plot was arrested. We commend the team that include members from the Gauteng Organized Crime Unit, Subs Johannesburg K9 Unit, and the local Criminal Record Center for their commitment. This major breakthrough breaks the spine of the proliferation of drugs to South Africa and other countries. The successful operation demonstrates the effectiveness of coordinated efforts between police units in tackling organized crime. I think.
Thank you. The DA.
Honourable Speaker, South Africa's public transport system is collapsing under the weight of corruption and mismanagement. The shocking scandal at PRASA involving 7.5 billion rand in so-called general overhaul contracts reveals that billions meant to refurbish trains were squandered while workers and commuters are left stranded. Several reports confirm overcharging, payments for work not done, and even officials taking money from contractors. Speaker, the DA's transport policy is clear. We believe in a rail recovery and governance reform plan that places operations in the hands of professionals, introduces transparent contract management, and opens partnerships with the private sector to create jobs, not corruption. We therefore call on the Minister of Transport to adopt the DA's plan to establish an independent rail regulator that goes beyond safety, but ensures that rail contracts, pricing and operations are transparent, competitive and free from political interference. Introduce competition and transparency in rail operations by opening access and contracting under public oversight. Prioritize maintenance to create sustainable rail jobs. I call on the Minister of Transport to adopt the DA's rail reform blueprint to end corruption, create real jobs through competitive rail operations and restore dignity to our commuters. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We welcome the boost for water management, which sees South Africa's major metros, namely Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Durban, tackle water and maintenance operations as they try to keep their aging infrastructures operational while balancing disruptions, illegal connections, and financial instability. In Cape Town, pipe and valve installations, replacements, and leak repairs are conducted with a view to ensuring the future continuity of water supply by addressing the issue of unaccounted for water. Johannesburg has a turnaround strategy aimed at restoring reliability and financial sustainability to the city's water utility. A significant development to this end is the ring-fencing of Johannesburg Water as a trading entity, ensuring greater accountability and efficiency. This move, supported by the Presidency and National Treasury, allows the utility to manage its own finances and revenue collection. In Durban, the city's Water and Sanitation Development Department, isolated the Northern Aqueduct, one of its main supply pipelines, to repair major leak near Pisan River and 3 smaller leaks further down the line. The repair operation was essential to reduce water losses. The city has allocated 14 million in its 2025-26 budget to fix 22
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Frequent bursts. I thank you.
UAT, Kanimambo.
Kanimambo, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. It brings me a great pride to rise in this House and acknowledge the remarkable act of solidarity and compassion led by the United African Transformation and its social partner, Tau Project. In Mukhoto village in Lepeleng-Kumbi, Limpopo province, the UAT members, proud known as the Doers, came together to build a fully furnished house for a destitute family who had been living in unbearable conditions. This is not an isolated act. The Mukhoto village house marks the 40th house built by the UAT since its establishment in 2022. A testament to a Pan-African movement that does not wait for change but build it with its own hands. These houses stand as monuments of Ubuntu in action, restoring dignity of families and proving that when Africans unite with compassion and purpose, transformation becomes tangible. The UAT believe that politics must go beyond speeches. It must live among the people. Through such work, we affirm that the future of Africa depends on the hands that build, the hearts that care, and the movement that do. We are the United African Transformation. Kanimambo.
Kanimambo, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. We now have an opportunity for ministerial statements. Can I get those who would like to take the statement? Honorable Mantashe, followed by Honorable Senezen, followed by Deputy Minister Hlengwa. Honorable Shaiba. In that order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to react to only two comments that were made in the House. The first one is to educate ourselves that apartheid divides and UDF unites. That is the first slogan that we must internalize and avoid a situation of fragmenting a government. Instead of having an all-government approach, we have inter-party effort in government. That is a lesson that is basic, and therefore, when there is a progress made, don't identify with a personality and therefore get attracted and tempted to overreach and take everything else and club into your own minister as a party. And that is a temptation that should be avoided. The second one is, I agree with the question that multinational companies should be attracted to South Africa. But what we should never ignore is the fact that every capacity left create an opportunity, and Black South Africans must take that opportunity and build on it. I have a living example in the sector I'm working in. Coal mining is owned and managed by Black South Africans overall, except one company. And in manganese, we're growing. In PGMs, we're growing. In gold, we're present. Black South Africans are beginning to gain heavier ownership of the economy. But the most untransformed sectors like banking, for example, will not see that. Transforming the sectors will feel and experience it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Senezen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member who raised the issue around the stone fruit protocol signed in China. It was a very, very collaborative effort between government and the fruit sector, and another example about how the government of national unity is taking South African products to the world. Having just returned from President Ramaphosa's trip to the Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia area, where there are even greater prospects for South African agricultural products, we hope to bring good news back to this House. This shows that the government of national unity is serious about our diversification efforts as we look for new markets for South African products and at the same time look to deepen and widen existing markets. This comes hot on the heels of the wonderful news that South Africa has been removed under the government of national unity from the grey list. And it shows that South Africa's prospects are looking up and that the GNU is a government determined to see South Africa growing, to see our people prospering, and to see a better future for all South Africans under the GNU. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Hlengwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just to respond to the PRASA matters raised by Honorable Madun and Honorable Collat, it's two things. One, obviously, the PRASA continues to do good work insofar as the rolling out of new stock is concerned. Train 300, which is 50% now mark of what we are doing with the Gibela Consortium. Secondly, PRASA continues to increase passenger numbers. In the 24-25 financial year, we are looking at 77 million passenger trips, placing us on course to return to the 600 million passenger trips by the year 2030 to pre-COVID levels. We have seen PRASA reopening 35 of the 40 priority lines to ensure efficiency and access. And we are also at this point investing in signaling for heightened effective travel for the purposes of commuter trips insofar as PRASA is concerned. So that's on one hand. The other issues, of course, relate to the allegations, and the Weber-Wenzel report is receiving attention from the minister. Secondly,
the Honorable Deputy Minister, sorry, are you rising on a point of order?
Sorry, Chair, but I think the issue was about the 7.5 billion rands that PRASA is using for all trains.
Okay, I think the Deputy Minister did listen to the question, so he will be able to respond.
The Honorable Mapena, speed kills. There was two statements, one from Honorable Maduna and one from Honorable Kola, and I'm responding to the first one, and now I'm responding to the second one. Siyayikhuza lento ka-transport, uzobanga ingozi. So, Honorable Speaker, the Weber-Wenzel report is receiving attention. PRASA is already rolling out disciplinary action where it is necessary in accordance with the report. The minister is reviewing it. The interim partem is being applied to affected contractors to make sure that we deal with those issues. And lastly, is to say on the policy matters that have been raised, already we have opened up a PSP unit with the DBSA. An RFI was announced on the 26th of October. It closes on the 15th of December so that we can leverage private sector participation to deal with a host of issues that require us to make sure that PRASA actually works effectively and efficiently. So we want to believe we are a step ahead on the policy proposals that Honorable Kola raises, and I encourage her to, if there are people whom have got the expertise she references, to participate in the RFI of the PSP unit, because ours is to make sure that PRASA works efficiently, and we are confident that the roadmap we have put in place will work. And so as we've opened up the priority lines, improved passenger numbers, and rolled out new stock, it's clear that PRASA, notwithstanding the challenges which we are dealing with, is on one hand actually progressing in the right direction, and the indicator is that people continue.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Back in their pockets. Thank you.
I think Honorable Mabena was waiting to hear whether you will take the policies of the DA. Honorable Schreiber.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to respond to the submissions made by Honorable Ruiz, just to indicate that indeed the electronic travel authorization phase 1 rollout is underway. We have processed over 200 applications so far in this particular phase, which is focused on G20 delegates from the 4 member countries of the G20 that require visas for South Africa. We are very encouraged by what we found in this first phase. We can indicate that the processing time upon arrival at the airport is down to seconds, between 10 and 20 seconds for some of these delegates. All of this process is secured through machine learning, verifying documents, using facial recognition technology, and indeed presents a hugely exciting opportunity for the tourism sector and for our economy more broadly. I would encourage members, if anyone is traveling internationally soon, to have a look at the immigration facilities at OR Tambo, Cape Town International, and Lanseria, if you happen to be using that, because you'll see the ETA kiosks and desks up there. You'll see the cameras, and I think you'll get a glimpse there of the future of a digitally transformed immigration system. Honourable Speaker, this reform is really a key part of the work that some of the colleagues have referred to. I think the green shoots, as far as reform is concerned in South Africa, are very much present. Honourable Steenhuisen referred to the removal from the grey list. There was an article this morning in Business Day saying that Bank of America has pointed to a potential credit rating uplift for South Africa, arguing that improving growth prospects and falling debt ratios could pave the way for a sovereign upgrade by S&P in November, provided the GNU holds. I think this is testament to the collective work that is going on across these different spheres, and I think the lesson for us is more urgency and let's stay the course, because progress is happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Singh.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Can I switch my video off?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Honourable Speaker, I will respond to the question by Honourable Matiase to the extent that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment is involved. The department has certainly considered communities living along our coasts. And to this extent, hundreds of small-scale fishing cooperatives have been constituted. They have been granted fishing permits to harvest or catch a variety of fish species, including lobsters. We also assist them with compliance support and are working with departments like Small Business Development to assist these cooperatives with the financial resources to ply their trades. We have consulted, Honourable Speaker, the majority of the cooperatives recently who have expressed challenges such as the lack of resources, infrastructure, and marketing opportunities. For example, they may be able to catch lobsters or fish, but they don't have the necessary boats or the equipment required for diving. And we will continue to interact with these cooperatives and donor agencies to provide necessary support. Honourable Speaker, the permits that they have must translate into economic prosperity, we believe, and not just be on a piece of paper with the glossy words written on it. As far as infrastructure development is concerned, through the Marine Living Resources Fund, the Working for Fisheries program, and support from provincial and local government and state-owned entities, we will continue to upgrade landing sites, storage and processing facilities, improving efficiency and safety. So I want to give the Honourable Member the assurance that as far as the coast and fishing is concerned, we will continue to provide equitable access to all fisherfolk. And Honourable Minister George has also visited all the small harbours along the coast and working with public works. They're improving the infrastructure there and making these harbours accessible to all. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Singh. That concludes ministerial responses. I'll now ask the Secretary to read the first order.
Consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the One-Stop Border Post Bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Honourable Douglas.
Could I please note the objections of MK Party? We vote against.
Thank you. The objections of the MK Party is noted. There is no other objections other than that of the MK Party. Therefore, the report has been agreed to. Can I ask the Secretary to read the second order?
Second reading debate, One-Stop Border Post Bill.
Honourable the Minister of Home Affairs. Sorry, can you sort out the time?
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, today marks another critical step forward on our ongoing journey to reposition the Home Affairs ecosystem, inclusive of the Department of Home Affairs and the Border Management Authority, as powerful economic enablers. The tabling of the One-Stop Border Post Bill before the National Assembly today serves as a testament to the Government of National Unity's commitment to intensifying our work to generate economic growth and combat unemployment. At Home Affairs under the GNU, we are working every day to play our part in driving the type of rational and effective economic reforms that will deliver growth and jobs. This includes the implementation of the points-based system for skilled work visas and the Trusted Employer Scheme, which has already significantly boosted access to high-end skills. Similarly, the digital platform introduced under the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme has already attracted over 40,000 additional tourists from traditionally underperforming markets like China and India. This work is now being turbocharged through the implementation of the Electronic Travel Authorization, which is automating application and adjudication processes for tourist visas. I am delighted to report that the first 200 ETA applications have already been processed as part of Phase 1 for G20 delegates and that the system is working smoothly. As we open up the ETA to all tourists in phases, we will inject growth into our tourism sector on a scale not seen before. It is in this exciting context of driving rapid economic reform that it is indeed my pleasure to table the one-stop border post bill before the National Assembly today, and to thank the Deputy Minister, the committee chair, and all members of the committee for bringing us to this point. This bill is set to create the framework for South Africa to massively boost regional trade and growth. The bill will enable the BMA and other stakeholders in the port environment to integrate and coordinate its operations with neighboring countries through the creation of a common control zone. As the title suggests, this will speed up turnaround times at ports of entry by eliminating the need for cargo to be processed twice when crossing an international border. For the people of South Africa, this bill will enable faster, more efficient, more modern, and more secure cross-border trade, taking our country one step closer to realizing the vision of the African Continental Free Trade Area. This reform, Honourable Speaker, could not come at a better time in the current era of shifting global trade dynamics. It directly contributes to the GNU's work to diversify South Africa's trade markets by opening trade flows on our proverbial doorstep and into our beloved continent. Critically, honourable members, the framework created by this bill does not only exist on paper, it is already coming to life. In parallel to this legislative process, the work to physically reconstruct South Africa's 6 busiest land ports under a visionary public-private partnership that will enable the implementation of the one-stop border post concept continues apace. This ongoing process has already culminated in firm appointments being made for the complete redevelopment of Beitbridge, Oshoek, and Kopfontein, with conditional appointments made for Lebombo, Masero Bridge, and Vicksburg, with the latter being subject to repricing. Once final approval is granted by National Treasury, the sod will start turning as a physical symbol of South Africa's progress in redefining efficiency and security at our ports of entry. We only need to cast our eyes to the rest of our continent to see the enormous potential this reform holds to drive economic growth. Allow me to quote from a 2024 study by the African Union Development Agency. Quote, operational one-stop border posts have reduced border dwell times, measured from the moment commercial vehicles join the queue until they exit the border, by 42%, with some posts achieving even greater efficiency gains. This has allowed trade to flow more seamlessly, contributing to the growth of intra-African trade and enhancing Africa's capacity to diversify its exports, close quote. This focus on efficiency directly translates to higher economic growth. Studies estimate that even a 5% reduction in border clearance times can increase intra-regional exports by around 10%. Honourable members, the bill before the House today is the very definition of pro-growth reform by a government working for all South Africans. It cuts needless red tape and modernizes processes that reduce non-tariff barriers to trade at a time when South Africa has never needed it more. I say to you that this bill is a key that can unlock regional trade at a scale we've never seen before. Imagine replacing long queues at border posts. Imagine replacing long delays for things like fresh produce with quick, efficient, modern, digitally transformed processes where, in fact, you don't have to stop and fill in multiple pieces of paper, where, in fact, you can stop once and even do your processing on the way to the border post. That is a vision that we can bring to life. It is a vision that can happen at Beitbridge. It is a vision that can happen at Lebombo. It is a vision that can supercharge South Africa's role as kickstarting economic growth, not only in our country, but in our region. Therefore, Honourable Speaker, let us work together today, putting aside politics, putting aside party interests, because this is a reform that will grow trade, it will boost economic growth, and most importantly, it will create jobs for the hard-working people of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chabane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, members of the House. The tabling of the One-Stop Border Post Bill marks an important new phase in our nation's ongoing efforts to modernize and upgrade our ports of entry with adjoining states. Since the passing of the Border Management Authority Act and the establishment of the Border Management Authority, significant progress has been made in strengthening the management of our land's port of entry. Despite this positive development, vulnerability remains along 4,862 kilometers of our border fence, posing ongoing risk to the integrity of our territory. This concern was clearly observed during the committee oversight visit to Lumbombo between Resina Garcia and Komar Port, as well as during the recent Joint Standing Committee on Defense Oversight to Bait Bridge. Honorable Speaker, all these efforts will not succeed unless the National Treasury plays its part in securing additional funding for redevelopment of our land ports and for enabling BMA to mend and continue upgrading all 53 ports of entry. Without sufficient funding, we also risk delaying the relocation of all 5 refugee reception centers close to key ports of entry where they can better serve their purpose. This moment, Honorable Speaker, represent the practical implementation of ANC's long-standing policy position as articulated in its resolution that laid conceptual and policy foundation for transforming how South Africa coordinates and deliver efficient border management services in collaboration with our neighboring countries. For decades, our ports of entry, particularly our land borders, have faced persistent challenges such as long processing and waiting times. The movement of goods, services, and people have been slowed by duplicate control, multiple stops, and inconsistent procedure between adjoining states. This inefficiency have imposed direct costs on trade and undermine the competitiveness of South Africa's exports and importers, constrain the broader goals of regional integration and the intention of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. It is against this background that this bill is before this House. The primary objective of the bill or this initiative is to facilitate the legitimate trade and easy travel while maintaining effective security and revenue protection. The bill embodies the principle of cooperation not only among South Africa departments or agencies, but between South Africa and its neighboring countries within SADC. With the PPP project facilitated during the 6th administration, South Africa can draw valuable lessons from the Churundi OSB located between Zambia and Zimbabwe along the north-south corridor. This corridor is one of the most extensive in the region, comprising a road and rail network that links eastern, central, and southern region of Africa. It serves as an economic lifeline, connecting landlocked countries such as Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe to sea points in South Africa. Honorable Speaker, the bill as introduced contains 9 clauses and broadly seeks to regulate the establishment of one-stop border posts through international agreements, provide for the establishment of control zone in the territory of adjoining states, including the transfer of money and goods, provide for the application of border law enforcement, authorize the application of the law of both republic and the adjoining state within the one-stop border post, and empower the Minister of Home Affairs to make regulation in order to give effect to the Act. After the bill was introduced or tabled before Parliament, the department briefed the Portfolio Committee, and the bill was advertised to multiple platforms from 6 December 2024 to 28 February 2025 for public submissions. On the 27th May 2025, stakeholders and individuals were invited to participate in the oral public hearings. The Portfolio Committee deliberated on all clauses of the bill and carefully considered the contribution of all stakeholders, including SARS, the Financial Intelligence Center, and concerns were raised regarding the Clause 6 by Consumer Goods Council, SARS, and the Financial Intelligence Center, who cautioned that in its original formulation might unintentionally facilitate illicit trade, corruption, and exacerbate existing challenges relating to illegal movement of goods, including the eroding the powers that rest with the Minister of Finance on exemption of any person from import and export taxes. These issues have been duly revised to ensure that mandates are protected in the committee's recommendation. Honorable Speaker, these developments are not merely technical reforms. They align directly with our national priorities, including enhancing social cohesion, security, economic growth, and promoting environmental sustainability. The Portfolio Committee has considered the deliberation, input by stakeholders, and adopted the report for consideration by this House. We must thank the Parliamentary Legal Services Chief State Law Advisor and Home Affairs Legal Team for the efforts and legal guidance on this process. In conclusion, the passing of this bill will bring South Africa closer to realizing a long-standing vision, one that advances our national development goals while promoting collective aspiration of our region through improved cooperative border management. We therefore present this bill for consideration and approval by this House. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Muhammad.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the MK Party rises today not to applaud bureaucratic erosions, but to speak truth to power. We reject in the strongest possible terms both the presentation on the so-called One-Stop Border Post Bill, B12 of 2024. This is not reform. It is a cloak for compromise, a cloak that threatens our sovereignty under the false banners of efficiency and regional harmony. Our borders are not mere lines on a map. They are markers of our independence, our authority, and our dignity. Yet this bill invites external oversight, shared control, and regional interference through common control zones, where the laws of neighboring states would be enforced in our territory. Let us call it what it is: a surrender of border authority dressed up as administrative reform. The department's presentation was polished, yes, but polished words do not secure borders. PowerPoint promises do not stop smuggling, corruption, or border crime. They spoke of streamlining and facilitation, yet ignored the daily realities of our officers who face chaos at checkpoints, syndicates exploiting weak systems, and communities left exposed. The summary of the bill itself confirms that it seeks to authorize the application of laws from adjoining states within South Africa's territory, enforced by foreign officials as if it were their own country. That alone should send alarm bells ringing in every patriotic South African. How can sovereignty coexist with shared jurisdiction? How do we protect our national data, our immigration records, and our security systems when they are shared across borders? Who will bear the responsibility when this joint operation fails? And what happens when foreign laws and South African priorities collide? We are told that this bill reduces congestion and enhances trade. But nowhere in the report is there a clear implementation plan, a timeline, or even a risk assessment of how this will all work in practice. The so-called financial model depends on private-public partnerships. A 20-year concession handed to private entities to redevelop our commercial ports. Yet there is no contingency plan for when such partnership fails. No clarity on who carries the financial or operational burden, and no protection for local workers who will be affected. The bill was also not tested among those who matter most. Border communities were not consulted. Traditional leaders were bypassed. Even the officers and soldiers guarding our entry were not heard. So whose reform is this, I ask? It certainly isn't one born out of the lived experience of our people. The MK Party believes in cooperation, yes, but we reject capitulation. We are not opposed to progress. We are, however, opposed to weak policies, masquerading as progress. This bill is not about strengthening South Africa. It is about diluting it. It creates a border system that is neither truly South African nor truly sovereign. If the department were serious about reform, it would first tackle corruption. It would fund and modernize our infrastructure. It would protect our border officers, restore accountability, and rebuild public trust before outsourcing our border control to regional committees and private contractors. Honorable members, let us be clear. The MK Party will not support legislation that undermines our national integrity or compromising our people's safety. We reject borrowed frameworks, we reject foreign dependency, and we reject administrative experiments that hand over pieces of our sovereignty in exchange for convenience. This bill may make life easier for bureaucrats and foreign investors, but it does not serve the interests of South Africans. We demand a homegrown, tested, and accountable border management strategy, one that secures our borders, strengthens our officers, empowers our communities, and protects our sovereignty. Chairperson, let this be heard loud and clear. South Africa's borders must be governed by South Africans, not regional committees, not foreign frameworks, not borrowed policy. We will not trade sovereignty for convenience. We will not trade control for cooperation. We will not be seduced by polished presentations while our borders bleed. The MK Party rejects this bill because our land, our people, and our pride are not negotiable. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. While we recover from the shock of the MK rejecting a bill, this bill marks another step forward in our nation's journey to transform border management from the legacy of porous borders and fragmentation to a system of coordination, efficiency, and integrity. Under the leadership of Minister Leon Schreiber, Home Affairs has not only stabilized the Border Management Authority, but has set a clear vision for modern, secure, and development-oriented borders. The One-Stop Border Post Bill gives legislative effect to international agreements needed to implement shared border control zones. So these would have a joint processing point, which would be the one-stop, where travelers and cargo are inspected by both countries' authorities at the same time in one place. So this is not a theoretical concept. It's tested and globally recognized model that reduces waiting times, limits opportunities for corruption and smuggling, and enhances trade competitiveness. A top priority has to be growing our economy and creating jobs. In East Africa, the East African community has demonstrated how effective border management can directly stimulate economic growth and job creation. Through the implementation of the single customs territory and one-stop border posts, core elements of integrated border management, the region has achieved a more seamless flow of goods and people. This has led to a surge in over 50% of intra-regional trade, unlocking new business opportunities across countries with vastly different income levels and laying a strong foundation for inclusive growth. To make this tangible, for a South African fruit exporter, a one-stop border post allows their perishable goods to clear both South African and Mozambican customs in hours, not days. This reduces refrigeration costs, ensures the produce arrives at market in perfect condition, and increases the competitiveness of the local produce of our farmers. Similarly, in West Africa, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has advanced regional integration through the ECOWAS Trade Liberalization Scheme and the establishment of joint border posts. These measures have boosted trade efficiency, attracted investment, and opened up new employment opportunities, proving that streamlined border processes can be a powerful driver of prosperity. The experience of these regions shows that integrated border management is not just about security or administration. It's an enabler of economic expansion. Small and medium-sized enterprises in particular have flourished by accessing wider markets, sourcing inputs more competitively, and growing their customer base. This demonstrates how smart, cooperative border reforms can help achieve the Democratic Alliance's apex priority of growing the economy and creating jobs. Honourable Speaker, under Minister Schreiber's leadership, the Department of Home Affairs has worked tirelessly to professionalise border management, strengthen biometric verification, and integrate Home Affairs systems with those of the BMA. The recent successful pilot coordination at Beitbridge and the preparatory agreements with Botswana and Mozambique demonstrate tangible progress. What we are seeing is not just better infrastructure, but a new border governance philosophy, one that prioritizes accountability and service excellence. For too long, inefficiencies at our borders have cost South Africans billions in lost trade, delayed exports, and reputational damage. This bill responds directly to those challenges. However, we cannot ignore the elephant at the border, the incomplete transfer of the SAPS border police to the BMA. The 4,354 SAPS officers who were due to be transferred still fall under SAPS command structures, creating a split in accountability and command. This has left serious operational gaps in law enforcement capacity at the borders. Now, Minister Schreiber has been clear and honest about this. The BMA cannot operate at full strength until the transition is finalized. The minister has done his part. Now SAP's leadership and Minister Kachalia must do theirs. Speaker, what the One-Stop Border Post Bill does particularly well is to balance sovereignty with cooperation. It allows South African laws and those of the adjoining state to apply within a common control zone, but only with the parameters of a signed international agreement approved by Parliament. This ensures proper oversight and protection of our constitutional framework. Honourable Speaker, we have seen a marked improvement in how Home Affairs responds to public input and operational bottlenecks. The BMA Act was a foundation. The One-Stop Border Post Bill is the structure built upon it. Together, they will deliver the results South Africans have long demanded: secure and efficient borders that maintain the rule of law while stimulating trade. The DA supports the One-Stop Border Post Bill as a critical mechanism for streamlining cross-border trade and improving state capability at our points of entry. But we reiterate that for the BMA to succeed, the SAPS border police transfer must be completed urgently, and the authority must receive adequate resourcing to sustain its new responsibilities. Let us continue to support this reform agenda, because secure and efficient borders are not a political slogan. They are the foundation for state security and economic growth. Thank you.
Honourable Mukhale.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Economic Freedom supports the One-Stop Border Post because it represents a step towards the dismantling of colonial boundaries that continue to divide our people, our trade, and our destiny. For too long, African borders have been designed not to connect us, but to separate us. They were drawn in the interests of imperial powers that sought to control resources and divide nations. The EFF believes that the One-Stop Border Post is a practical way to undo the historical injustice. It is a tool for African integration, for the free movement of people and goods across the continent. The movement of goods and people from one country to another in Southern Africa is crucial to the development of the sub-region as a whole and the eventual ease of trade amongst African people across the continent. State regulation must be geared towards making this movement easy and not difficult. The existing regime of having a two-tier border processing regime where there are exit processes on the other side of the border and entry processes on the other makes the transits of people and goods a laborious exercise. The One-Stop Border Post will simplify the border procedures by allowing travelers, truck drivers, and traders to be processed once in a single facility shared by neighboring countries. This will reduce waiting times, lower transport costs, and promote trade within Africa. It will bring economic opportunities to border communities that have long been neglected. It will make it easier for small businesses, farmers, and artisans to sell their products beyond artificial boundaries. But we must be clear, efficiency must not come at the cost of sovereignty or workers' rights. The EFF demands that such infrastructure must be built and managed by African governments, not foreign corporations or private monopolies. The PPP concession agreement to finance and manage the redeveloped border posts represents a creeping privatization of state functions that must remain fully public. This project must not only facilitate trade, but must also symbolize African unity. It must align with the African Continental Free Trade Area and the EFF's long-standing call for a borderless Africa, where citizens of the continent can move freely in pursuit of a better and brighter future. We have seen several African countries lead the way in the development of the one border post. Countries like Zimbabwe, Zambia, Kenya, Uganda, and Botswana. However, this has been mostly under the guidance and financing of Western donors and development agencies. While the infrastructure success was achieved, yet the ownership was not African. Let this one-stop border post be more than a structure of convenience. Let it be a gateway to Pan-African freedom. Let it serve as a daily reminder that the destiny of Africa is shared, that our economies are interdependent, and that our liberation will only be complete when every border is a bridge and not a barrier. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Markey.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you so much. The current economic climate remains unfavorable. Greater efforts are required to advance the seventh administration's priorities of stimulating economic growth, creating jobs, reducing poverty, and building capable and ethical government. To support economic growth, the government must create a conducive environment for businesses, while the focus has been on attracting large-scale investment. It is well known that small and medium-sized enterprises have the potential to drive job creation and reduce poverty. In business, there is a saying that time is money, and this bill will help reduce delays that currently extend to days or even weeks during peak seasons. This will make cross-border trade more efficient and attractive for businesses. Small and medium-sized businesses can import and export goods to neighboring states at the lower cost. Given the current level of economic activity, the one-stop border bill represents a necessity and a timely legislative intervention. While the IFP stands against excessive state regulations, we acknowledge the importance of legislative interventions such as this one to enhance and attract intercontinental trades. However, it is important that the IFP also express its concerns. Firstly, this bill alone will not resolve the challenges faced at our borders. Secondly, the lack of capacity within the BMA will significantly undermine the success of these otherwise welcome interventions. A necessary step is to strengthen staff and enhance the PMA's capacity while the bill progresses through the legislative process. Furthermore, the persistence of corruption among officials of border posts remains a serious concern. Illicit cigarettes continue to find their way into the country, while drug smuggling and human trafficking are often enabled by these very officials. Addressing such corruption is therefore essential to ensuring that the objectives of this bill are fully realized, as it directly affects tax collection and allows the entry on harmful products that have been approved by the South African Bureau of Standards. To borrow the words of the IFP leader, Honorable Minister Sabisa, putting South Africans first is our core commitment, whether it is safeguarding our borders or ensuring safety. This is because the consequences have a severe burden on our communities and the fiscus. We welcome the Minister's previous comments that the funding model that will be used to finance the development of the 6 identities commercial posts of entry into the stop border post is a public-private partnership. This approach reflects a pragmatic recognition that collaborate between the public and private sectors can accelerate infrastructure development, improve public and private sectors, can accelerate development and improve efficiency, and ensure that projects are completed with budget and on time. Furthermore, such partnerships can enhance accountability and introduce innovations in managing our border posts. The IFP supports the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now invite the Honourable Matopa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honourable members. As we deliberate on the one-stop border post bill, a piece of legislation that speaks directly to the integrity of our nation's frontiers, the Patriotic Alliance recognizes the potential value of this bill. In theory, streamlining border operations through international arrangement can facilitate legitimate trade and travel, boosting our economy. However, Honourable Deputy Speaker, our support for the bill is not and cannot be unconditional. It is contingent on one fundamental, non-negotiable principle: the absolute assurance of security and sovereignty for the Republic of South Africa. For too long, our citizens have watched as our borders have become symbols of vulnerability, not strength. They have seen the devastating consequences of illegal movement of goods, the pressure of our social services, the depression of wages for our poorest workers, and the undeniable link to crime syndicates that prey on our communities. Therefore, as we consider establishing this one-stop border post, the Patriotic Alliance demands ironclad guarantees. We must address the cancer of corruption, the very process which need to be regulated, as outlined in this bill, are the same processes that are currently exploited by corrupt officials. A streamlined border is of no benefit if it is simply a more efficient funnel for illicit activities. This legislation must be accompanied by a transparent, independent, and robust anti-corruption framework. We need stringent vetting of all officials, real-time auditing, and severe mandatory consequences for any official from any department caught compromising our border security. We cannot simply create a new system on the same rotten foundations. Secondly, Honourable Deputy Speaker, this bill must provide an equivocal answer to the most pressing concern of our citizens. The one-stop concept cannot become a one-way ticket for those who do not meet the illegal requirements for entry. We need more than just promises. We need demonstrable, tangible mechanisms. This means investing in and deploying 21st century technology, biometric systems, drone surveillance, and integrated database to ensure that every individual or goods passing through this post is properly identified and vetted. It means ensuring that our border law enforcement officials are sufficiently staffed, highly trained, and properly equipped to maintain control. The international arrangement underpinning this post must not dilute South African sovereignty. To the people of South Africa, we hear you, we understand your frustrations, and we share your demand for a safe and secure nation. A border is not merely a line on the map. It is a manifestation of a nation's sovereignty. It is the first line of defense for our citizens, for their jobs, and for their safety. Honourable members, let us be clear. We are not against efficiency or regional cooperation, but we will never trade security for speed. We will never sacrifice sovereignty for convenience. We will support measures that genuinely make our borders smarter and more secure, but we will oppose with every tool at our disposal any provision that creates loopholes, embeds corruption, and weakens our control. Let this bill not be another document of empty promises. Let it be an instrument that finally and decisively restores the integrity of South Africa's borders. The Patriotic Alliance supports this bill. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable van Staden.
Agter Speaker, die doel van hierdie wetsontwerp is om die totstandskoming van een-stop grensposte te reguleer wat tot stand sal kom deur middel van internasionale ooreenkomste. En die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun hierdie wetsontwerp. Hierdie wetgewing sal, indien dit vandag deur hierdie huis en later deur die Nasionale Raad van Provinsies goedgekeur word, van toepassing wees buite die grensgebiede van die Republiek, wat in ooreenstemming sal wees met enige internasionale ooreenkoms wat tussen die Republiek en 'n ander land of staat aangegaan is of aangegaan sal word, ingevolge artikel 231 van die Grondwet. The one-stop border post bill is not a bad piece of legislation, but the real challenges will arise during implementation and enforcement. I want to appeal to the Minister to take into consideration, when drafting the regulations for this legislation, the existing challenges faced by the Border Management Authority, the SAPS and other role players at our border posts. Budgetary and manpower constraints remain serious concerns and could ultimately undermine the effectiveness and desirability of this legislation. I'm mentioning this because we know that these are real problems and factors that cannot be ignored. On the 22nd of October this year, the Deputy Minister of Police appeared before the Portfolio Committee on Health regarding the tobacco bill. During that meeting, I raised the issue of the SAPS budget, which after 2 years has still not been transferred to the Border Management Authority, preventing the authority from fully carrying out its duties. The response from the Deputy Minister made me realize that the two ministries must engage and resolve this matter once and for all. I hope that thorough discussions will take place between the Minister of Home Affairs and the Acting Minister of Police regarding these issues. Another serious concern is our porous and undefended borders. The integrity of our borders must be restored and effective border control must be implemented. The issue of South Africa's porous borders must be addressed urgently, and the Freedom Front Plus believes that the Minister of Home Affairs, together with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, should immediately present a concrete plan to repair, upgrade and secure all border fences. The Minister of Defence should also be included in this process to ensure proper protection and enforcement along our borders. If all of this is not urgently addressed, no matter how good this legislation and its regulations are or will be, then we will not succeed in our views and commitments that we have in order to protect our country and its people. I know it's easier said than done, but as a government, we need to start somewhere, we need to act and we need to implement. Let's restore law and order in this country by getting our borders sorted out. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honourable Kobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no party in this House that is a greater advocate for strengthening and protecting South Africa's borders than Action SA. For far too long, border control has been an afterthought, and that neglect has compromised our national security, our sovereignty, our economic interests, and most importantly, the safety of many South Africans. It is in that spirit that we welcome the one-stop border post bill as a necessary first step towards the overhaul of our border control systems so that we can restore order and authority at our ports of entry. The bill is an important first step to confronting this painful reality that while our borders of entry should be gateways to trade, jobs, and prosperity, they have become symbols of neglect, inefficiency, and criminality. Trucks queue for hours on end, goods rot on our roadside, and criminal syndicates and illegal foreigners exploit our weak systems while honest travelers wait in endless queues. As Action SA, we have said many a times that a nation which cannot secure its borders simply cannot secure its future. While we remain far from that goal, we are hopeful that this bill, if passed today, will begin to change that reality. Strengthening our borders must begin with modernizing our infrastructure and improving how agencies work together, ensuring that we accelerate legitimate trade, eliminate bottlenecks, and close the door on criminals and criminality. For that reason, Action SA supports the principal aim of this bill. But we must be clear that the efficiency can never take precedence over the sovereignty of this country or the rule of law. The bill provides for common control zones where South African and foreign officials will operate jointly. That arrangement must include clear safeguards to ensure that the authority of the Border Management Agency, SARS, SAPS, and all our institutions remain paramount, and that the interests of South Africa and her people are always protected. Importantly, Action SA wishes to place 3 things on record as we support this bill. Number 1, every international agreement that is entered into under this bill must be scrutinized by this Parliament. 2, the rules and chains of command of all agencies at this border must be clearly written into law and not left to confusion, as has been the experience in previous multi-agency operations. And finally, all public-private partnerships and contracts for border post redevelopment must be fully transparent and subject to parliamentary oversight. Honourable Minister, Action SA will support this bill and any other proposal that you bring forward to strengthen South Africa's border security. But we must urge you to join Action SA in fighting for the proper capacitation of the Border Management Authority, whose role in securing our borders is vital. They cannot compete or fulfill this mandate without necessary resources. So let us work together to ensure that the BMA is adequately funded and empowered to do its job effectively. And as a final point, South Africa must determine who enters our country on what terms and for what purpose. That South Africa is not xenophobia, that is sovereignty, and it is the foundation of a safe, functional, and prosperous state. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Honourable Swart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the one-stop border post policy states that the high volume commercial activity at certain land ports of entry has become a major obstacle to national and regional economic development and security. Modernizing key land ports of entry is a strategic priority and an economic necessity. The increased cross-border movement of goods, people, and conveyances between South Africa and our neighbors has led to congestion and lengthy delays, which we see daily at the ports of entry. The one-stop border post bill will enable goods, people, and vehicles to stop at a single facility to undergo the necessary checks and controls. And this is a move away from the traditional two-stop border post concept. Now, the ACDP supports this goal of efficient border operations to protect South Africa's economic and security interests as set out in the bill. We are fully aware that during public hearings, Clause 6 drew criticism for potentially enabling the misuse of exemptions for official goods, especially in the context of widespread corruption. This, we understand, has been largely amended and improved. What is important is the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa, which represents over 9,000 members and contributes over 1 trillion rand annually to South Africa's GDP and employs 3.5 million people, stated its concerns about illicit and counterfeit trade, which affects numerous sectors, including alcohol, tobacco, foodstuffs, pharmaceuticals, mining, and agrochemicals. It estimates that it costs the economy approximately 100 billion rand annually, with a daily loss of 250 million rand. It is shocking that the council estimates that 60% of tobacco and 22% of alcohol in South Africa are illicit, and that this illicit trade presents serious health risks and contributes to corruption, money laundering, and terrorism financing. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've just been removed from the FATF grey list. It is crucial that these concerns expressed by the Consumer Council must be addressed to avoid us being placed on the grey list yet again. And yes, whilst the ACDP supports this bill, the challenge comes with its implementation and to ensure that law enforcement by SARS, by the BMA, by the SANDF is given sufficient resources. The ACDP agrees that the SAP's border budget must be transferred to the BMA. We can have the very best laws, but the challenge comes with the effective implementation. Chairperson, the ACDP will support this bill, trusting that additional resources will be given to ensure that our borders are sufficiently safeguarded. I thank you.
The Honourable Nontenja.
Thank you, Deputy Honourables, Deputy Speaker. This report mentions that there were only 6 organizations and individuals who participated in the public hearings on the 27th May 2025. This is deeply concerning given the importance of this bill and how it would affect South African immigration policies. The United Democratic Movement is not pleased with the lack of public participation in the process of this bill. This is not an isolated bill where there is lack of public involvement. Parliament has been failing to encourage public participation, more especially the marginalized citizens in rural communities and townships. Parliament must enhance direct communication regarding public hearings. People must be updated regularly with each step of the bill process. This bill proposes joint border zone, and government says this system would reduce delays and facilitate trade. However, it lacks the detail on how they will ensure tight oversight and management to prevent corruption. We do not want another gap for corruption syndicates. Already, South African borders are emerging as hotspots of severe crimes, and they are porous. The smuggling of drugs and bribery of authorities has been part of the patterns of cross-border corruption. The Department of Home Affairs must reassure South African citizens that anti-corruption measures will be prioritized to curb the pattern of corruption. Also, there should be strict oversight to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the joint border zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Can I please request members on the virtual platform to mute their devices? There is a member on the platform. Thank you. I now invite the Honourable Ghana.
Honourable members, I've said this before and I'll say it again. It must be easy to enter our country legally and near impossible to enter it illegally. Yet today, we face the opposite situation. Far too many people cross our borders illegally, while illicit goods, drugs, and minerals flow in and out of our country with alarming rates. So as we debate this bill, we must ask whether this bill make it easier for the legal movement of people and goods while making it harder for illegal movement and corruption. Honorable members, this bill has great potential. If implemented properly, it can help us address the long-standing border management challenges. It can make our borders more efficient, ease congestion, enable faster trade, and enhance South Africa's competitiveness within the region. A more efficient border system can stimulate legitimate business and strengthen our economic integration within the SADC region. Every person that enters South Africa through land borders is either from the SADC region or passes through the region. Our neighbors also have their neighbors. But potential alone is not enough. This bill will not succeed unless it is supported by strong regulations, effective enforcement, and binding international agreements that uphold both security and human dignity at our borders. We must be honest about one thing. Our borders are porous, but the solution is not to build a wall between South Africa and our neighbors. The success of this bill depends on the partnership and trust among the SADC member states. We share borders, economies, and families. If one state fails to manage its documentation processes, the entire region feels the impact. Many of the undocumented foreign nationals in our country are not here out of malice. They are victims of weak administrative systems in their own countries, where obtaining a passport or travel document is expensive or near impossible. For this bill to succeed, the SADC and the broader African governments must ensure that their citizens have access to proper travel and identification documents. Our immigration problem is the result of both state inaction and poor cooperation with our neighbors. Our government has failed to consistently enforce our laws. Honorable members, let this bill mark the beginning of a new era, one of cooperation with SADC, efficiency at our borders, and dignity for all those who cross them lawfully. That is how we build a safe and a more prosperous South Africa. We will support this bill, Samwashtu. You can see.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now invite the Honourable Schlazo Webster.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The one-stop border post bill is on paper a logical idea. One-stop borders can speed up trade, they can reduce congestion, and they can transform border posts into gateways for growth instead of bottlenecks that we've seen them as for business. On that note, as Build One South Africa, we have consistently called for practical interventions to enable a more robust implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Because essentially, borders that are efficient are important for Africa's trade agreement if we're going to move from the rhetoric of Africa, your traders now, to actual reality. If goods, services, and people are going to move freely and fairly across our continent. But this bill is not only about logistics. It's also about the nature of our sovereignty. It allows South African law to be enforced on foreign soil. And equally, it allows foreign law to be enforced within our republic. And so that's not just an administrative adjustment. It's actually a constitutional shift. Once we start allowing foreign enforcement powers to operate in South Africa, we must actually ask who's accountable if rights are violated, if properties are seized, if there's an arrest that contradicts our constitution. As Build One South Africa, we fully support regional cooperation and we want trade to flow freely. We believe in modern borders and think they're vital for economic growth, but cooperation cannot come at the expense of accountability. We've seen this government's habits of legislating ambition as well, without the means to deliver. And so the department, in this case, has not presented a costed plan or a readiness assessment. The National Treasury has confirmed that there's no dedicated funding, but the bill then assumes advanced biometric systems, new joint facilities, and additional staff. But this could end up as another case of the GNU legislating for what can't actually be afforded. And so good ideas really have to have the implementation plan behind them. Otherwise, they die when they are not matched with credible plans. And it's even more concerning that this bill grants powers to the Minister of Home Affairs to enter into binding treaties that determine who controls our border zones, who can arrest, who can search, who can enforce laws. Those agreements cannot be left to the executive alone, and Parliament must be part of that process and not a bystander. Every bilateral agreement must be tabled, debated, and made public before it binds the country. Yes, we must modernize our borders, but we have to do so with transparency, with planning, with affordability. Modernization must mean efficiency and sovereignty, but we can't have one costing the other. I thank you.
The ATM. No speaker. The Honourable Jama.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members. There is an image that comes to mind when we speak about borders. A long line of trucks under the hot African sun, drivers waiting for days, papers in hand, engines off, because the system on one side does not speak to the system on the other. And as the goods wait, so does progress. This bill, the one-stop border post bill, is about ending that waiting. It is about moving from 2 gates to 1, from 2 queues to 1, and from 2 sets of red tape to 1 act of cooperation. It is not a dry administrative reform. It is a story of Africa learning to trust itself again. Honorable Deputy Speaker, when our people gathered in 1955 at Kliptown and declared in the Freedom Charter that there shall be peace and friendship, they were not writing poetry. They were drafting a policy vision, a call for African unity, for cooperation and for shared prosperity. The ANC has always understood that South Africa's development is inseparable from that of the African continent. Our destiny is Africa's destiny. So when we modernize our borders, we're not turning our backs on Africa. We're building the Africa the Freedom Charter dreamed of, an Africa of peace, friendship, and dignity for all its people. At the African Union Conference of 2007, ministers responsible for border issues recognized that Africa needed a new form of pragmatic border management, one that promotes peace, security, and sustainable development. That same spirit lives in Aspiration 2 of Agenda 2063. An Africa with world-class integrative infrastructure, a continent of seamless borders, a continent that manages cross-border movement through dialogue and cooperation. This bill gives that aspiration legal life. Currently, when a person crosses from South Africa into Zimbabwe, they stop twice, once on each side. 2 inspections, 2 stamps, 2 delays. Under this bill, the 2 countries work together in 1 shared control zone. 1 stop, 1 inspection, 1 process. That is the difference between 2 siblings fighting over a fence and 2 siblings building a gate they both can use. Honorable Deputy Speaker, for nearly 3 decades, government has worked to fix our borders. We had the Border Affairs Coordinating Committee of 1996, the National Interdepartmental Structure of 1997, the Border Control Operation Coordinating Committee of 2001, and the Interagency Clearing Forum of 2010. Each tried to mend a fragmented system, but without integration, progress was slow. That is why Parliament adopted the Border Management Authority Act number 2 of 2020, and why President Ramaphosa officially launched the Border Management Authority in 2023. Now, the one-stop border post takes that unification across the line, turning coordination into collaboration. Importantly, this bill is not only visionary, it is financially responsible. Its implementation will occur within the approved fiscal framework, leveraging private investment. The redevelopment of our 6 key land ports of entry will be funded through a public-private partnership model under the oversight of National Treasury. It is a 20-year concession that brings in private capital while the state returns full oversight and control. That is what smart developmental government looks like, strategic partnerships that serve public good. This process also went through Cabinet's CASA coordination to ensure that security, infrastructure, and international cooperation move hand in hand. That is how the ANC governs, with coordination, with accountability, and with a long-term vision for the state. Honorable members, a truck carrying maize from Malawi to Johannesburg can spend 5 days waiting at multiple borders. Every extra day adds costs, and that cost ends up in the price of bread in Soweto or Mamelodi. That cost doesn't end at the border. It travels with every loaf of bread on our shelves, every bag of mini meal in our homes. This bill makes that bread cheaper, that trade faster, that life easier. Chairperson, the bulk of South Africa's trade with our neighbors moves by land transportation, by trucks and freight corridors that connect us to Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Botswana, and Namibia. Through these routes come the goods that sustain our economy: fuel, grain, livestock, fresh produce, industrial inputs, and manufactured products. When trucks are stuck at the border, the entire value chain from farms to factories is delayed. That is why this bill keeps Africa's wheels turning and our regional markets alive. Chairperson, this bill is also a cornerstone of our regional integration agenda under SADC and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It makes the movement of goods, services, and people easier, fairer, and safer. For South African farmers, manufacturers, and small exporters, it means fewer delays, lower costs, and stronger competitiveness. For our neighbors, it means shared prosperity, because Africa cannot grow if trade within Africa remains trapped at the border. Honorable members, migration is another reality this bill helps us manage. People move because they are looking for life, for safety, for opportunity. Migration is not a crime, it is a human phenomenon, but migration must also be managed with order and fairness. This bill allows cooperation, joint law enforcement, and mutual accountability so that we protect our borders without losing our humanity. And let us remember, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the real obstacle to Africa's development is not our diversity, it is our fragmentation. 54 countries, 27 with fewer than 10 million people, 16 that are landlocked with no direct access to the sea, relying on neighbors' ports for trade. Without cooperation and integration, we remain easy to divide and slow to develop. This bill is part of correcting that colonial inheritance, connecting our economies, our people, and our futures. Modern borders are not just lines on a map. They are living spaces of truckers, traders, students, and families. When those spaces work efficiently and fairly, they become bridges of peace and engines of growth. And this bill ensures that even as we cooperate, justice and sovereignty remain intact. It defines how laws and those of adjoining states apply and ensures that no arrangement can override our constitution or the rights of our people. Let me also be clear, Chairperson, this bill does not mean that South Africa will no longer control its own borders. We are not erasing borders, we are modernizing how they work. Each state remains fully sovereign with its own immigration laws, its own customs rules, and its own enforcement powers. The one-stop model simply allows officials and those of neighboring countries to sit side by side, processing the same traveler or truck once instead of twice. Every one-stop border post will operate under international agreement approved by Cabinet and Parliament, and the Constitution of the Republic remains supreme. So this is not a surrender of sovereignty, it is the confident exercise of it in partnership with our African neighbors. Honorable Deputy Speaker, through this bill, South Africa is not just participating, we are leading Africa's journey towards integrated borders, modern logistics, and shared growth. This model will become a continental template for efficiency, partnership, and trust. This is what it means to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. The bill supports three of our key national priorities: economic transformation and job creation, social cohesion and safe communities, and building a capable and developmental state. Honorable Deputy Speaker, this bill is also about creating an Africa where young people can imagine their future without barriers. Too often, young Africans are told that the opportunities lie elsewhere in Europe, in America, and anywhere but home. But when Africa integrates its economies and simplifies trade, we create opportunity here in our own continent. This bill says to the youth, you can move, build, and succeed without leaving home. That is the vision of the ANC Youth League of 1944, young leaders who believe that political freedom must be followed by economic freedom and mobility. As a young person in this House, I know that the Africa we inherit is the one that we build. This bill is a vote for a continent where the young can move, trade, and dream freely. It is time to replace suspicion with solidarity, delays with dialogues, queues with cooperation. Borrowing from Agenda 2063, we want an integrated continent, politically united based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism. From two stops to one Africa, from colonial barriers to continental bridges, from suspicion to solidarity. Chairperson, through this bill, South Africa says to Africa, our borders will no longer be walls, but windows to opportunity. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC proudly supports this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jama. Let me just check whether we have a speaker from the NCC. Not PAC. Not UAT. Right. You're not going to speak. Thank you. Good. No speaker. And then we go on to the Honourable Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members. The one-stop border post bill before us is not just an administrative measure. It is a bold step towards aligning South Africa's borders operations with regional and international best practice. It creates the framework for single window processing with our neighbours, reducing duplication, easing congestion, and promoting the efficient movement of people and goods through key land ports such as Lebombo, Beitbridge, and Groblersbrug. But House Chair, the success of this bill will depend not on its wording, but on whether the institutions mandated to secure our borders can work together. And it is here, at this point of implementation, that our border management puzzle remains incomplete. The single greatest gap is the unfinished transfer of the SAPS Border Police Division to the Border Management Authority. More than 4,300 officers were meant to form the authority's law enforcement backbone, the boots on the ground, to give effect to integrated border control. Yet they remain within SAPS structures. This has left fragmented reporting lines, delayed responses to incidents, and confusion about who is ultimately accountable when security is breached. The Border Management Authority has assumed responsibility for immigration control, customs coordination, and environmental inspection, significant progress by any measure. But without full policing powers and personnel, it cannot act decisively against human trafficking rings, smuggling operations, or cross-border crime syndicates. On paper, policy reform is advancing. In practice, enforcement is still constrained by divided authority. Minister Leon Schreiber has shown what capable leadership can achieve. Under his watch, Home Affairs is turning the corner. Biometric verification systems are tightening identity security, fraudulent IDs are being rooted out, and the focus has shifted firmly towards results. Yet, even with the best legislation and leadership will falter if the human and institutional components of our border system remain misaligned. The Border Management Authority cannot fulfill its purpose if the policing function it relies on sits elsewhere, and SAPS cannot claim to secure borders that are no longer under its operational control. Until this alignment occurs, our borders will remain vulnerable. This bill also represents an economic reform. By creating common control zones and providing for the joint application of South African partner state laws, it supports regional integration under the SADC protocol of the facilitation of movement of persons and advances the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Efficient borders are not obstacles to trade. They are enablers of growth. Every hour that trucks idle at Beitbridge or Limbombo adds cost to business and undermines competitiveness. A functioning one-stop system can transform these choke points to corridors of opportunities. A truck carrying perishable goods is delayed for days at Komatipoort. It is not simply a logistics problem. It is fresh produce rotting and jobs being put at risk. This bill is the key to unlocking that gridlock, turning wasted time into productive capital, and sending a clear signal to investors that South Africa is open for business. But for that to happen, institutional readiness must match legislative intent. The BMA's infrastructure, information sharing systems, and personnel training need to be aligned with SAPS, SARS, Defence, and Home Affairs. Coordination must move from paper committees to operational command on the ground. Otherwise, this reform risks remaining a good idea trapped in bureaucracy. The Democratic Alliance believes that the immediate priority is to finalize the SAPS officer transfer and provide a transparent timeline for its completion. The absence of clarity has created uncertainty for both departments and frustration for the officers affected. Budget allocations for BMA infrastructure, including proper facilities, digital connectivity, and staff housing at pilot one-stop border post sites must also be ring-fenced. Only then will the authority have the operational muscle to give effect to the law. House Chair, this is not merely a bureaucratic rearrangement. It is about protecting our sovereignty and enabling lawful commerce. Every day that porous borders go unmanaged, we lose revenue to illicit trade. We enable trafficking in human misery, and we weaken confidence in the state. This vulnerability entails direct cost. It is measured in the illegal firearms that fuel gang violences in our communities, counterfeit goods that undermine our own homegrown industries, and the stolen livestock that devastates our farmers. Conversely, every improvement is coordination strengthens national security, boosts trade, and affirms the rule of law. Minister Schreiber has already set a tone of professionalism and accountability within Home Affairs. That same energy must now extend across the entire security cluster. The Border Management Authority, the Police, the Defence Force, SARS, and the Department of Home Affairs must operate as one system, not as isolated fiefdoms. When every agency is in charge, no one is in charge. House Chair, the One-Stop Border Post Bill is more than a piece of legislation. It is a test of our government's ability to implement reform coherently. South Africans deserve borders that are both efficient and secure, borders that protect the country while facilitating legitimate movement and trade. We have the framework. We have the leadership. What remains is the political will to complete the transfer, align the institutions, and deliver a functioning modern border regime. If we are serious about capable state, then every department must follow the example set by Minister Schreiber, disciplined, transparent, and focused on delivery. The border is our first line of defense and our first point of contact with the continent. It must embody the professionalism and efficiency we expect from a reformed public service. Let us therefore complete the border management puzzle, not halfway, not someday, but now. Let us ensure that policy, people, and purpose move together in the same direction, because South Africa cannot afford borders that are open to criminals but closed to progress. I thank you.
Honourable members, before I invite the Honourable Ngubane, could I just make a request to members who would prefer to rather have conversations while speakers are at the podium, that they please rather keep the level down because it does interrupt the speakers at the podium. The Honourable Ngubane.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, today I'm perturbed about the misdirection of this debate. This debate is totally not about whether to have borders or not to have borders. This debate is about one-stop border post bill versus a two-stop post border bill. That's all what it is. So in this country, we always tend to look for answers where there's none. We always look at places for solutions where there's no solutions. This government of GNU has failed this country through Home Affairs on everything, on porous borders, on borderless borders, on unfunded BMA, on incapacitated or unstaffed Home Affairs, or even on misdirected government printing works. Now today, we are told that there is a child called One-Stop Border Post Bill, a brand new child. You are failing on a two-stop border post bill, but you want to tell us that all your solutions, all your improved efficiency, you are saying it's on one-stop border post. All your economic growth that has been failing for years, you are telling us that we will get them here. All your enhanced security, your regional cooperation, your modernized border infrastructure. Let me tell you the bad news. It is not going to be realized in this ballooned government. Their focus is misdirected. Instead, this is what is happening, the challenges and risk of this OSPP. The legal and jurisdictional conflicts. Enforcing the laws of two different states in a common control zone may lead to disputes or confusion, especially if legal systems differ significantly. The document does not fully address how these conflicts will be resolved. 2, human rights concerns. The potential for rights violation exists, especially in cases of extraterritorial enforcement of laws. Clear safeguards are needed to protect individuals. Financial risks. The reliance on a PPP funding model for redevelopment introduces financial risks, such as potential delays or cost overruns, white-collar corruption, feeding of monopolies at the expense of poorest of the poor. 4, implementation complexity. Establishing and managing one-stop border posts requires significant coordination between multiple stakeholders, including government agencies, private partners, and neighboring states. And I don't see this happening with this government. This country can't even implement simple, efficient policies. Instead, its executive is using for presidential ambitions. They want to be presidents. They use all those financials to be presidents lately. 5, impact on local communities. The document does not address how the new border arrangements might affect local communities near the borders, including traditional and indigenous groups like Khoisans, kings, and traditional leaders. Monitoring and evaluation, there is none in this document that speaks about this. The absence of a clear framework for monitoring and evaluating the effectiveness of one-stop border post could hinder their success. And even the consultation, as MK Party, we always emphasize that when you want to implement legislation, you must consult with traditional leaders. But this consultation for this one-stop border post has not been done with traditional leaders. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I now invite the Honourable Deputy Minister of Home Affairs.
Honourable House Chairperson, members of the Executive, honourable members. Today we stand on the foundation of a bold vision to build borders that are not just line of control, but gateways of opportunity. This vision calls for a world-class, efficient and technology-driven border system that protects our nation, connects our region, and fuels socio-economic growth. The establishment of the Border Management Authority through the BMA Act of 2020 was a powerful declaration of intent and a commitment by the state to secure our borders whilst unlocking their full potential for national development. Across our nation's busiest land ports of entry, the heartbeat of regional trade and movement can be felt every day. Yet the very same success of high-volume commercial activity has also revealed its greatest challenges. Congestion, delays at our ports have become barriers that hold back the free flow of goods, people, and opportunities that drive growth in South Africa and across our region. And yet I do not understand how you will want to foster economic growth and stand here and be against it when you speak. Modernizing our land ports is therefore not just a strategic priority, it is an economic imperative. As the movement of people, goods, and vehicles between South Africa and her neighboring countries to expand, we have had to rethink our ports operate by embracing smarter systems, faster processes, and stronger partnerships to keep trade and travel moving efficiently and securely. The challenge before us is clear. The long delays at our major land ports have real and far-reaching consequences. They slow down our manufacturing and mining sectors, strain agriculture and tourism, and increase the cost of doing business with South Africa. More than that, they weaken our ability to manage our borders with the security, efficiency, and dignity that our people and our neighbors deserve. To overcome the long-standing challenges, we are advancing the implementation of the one-stop border post model, which is a transformative approach that will redefine our land ports and how they operate. The one-stop border post concept brings together the legal frameworks, institutional arrangements, infrastructure, and streamlined procedures that allow goods, people, and vehicles to stop once at a single integrated facility, complete all the necessary exit and entry checks. In this model, neighboring states work side by side, applying their respective laws in one coordinated process. This stands in sharp contrast to the old two-stop system where travelers and traders were required to clear exit procedures in one country and then repeat the same process just across the border. That duplication wasted time, increased costs, and creates bottlenecks. The one-stop border post offers a smarter, more efficient solution. Under negotiated bilateral agreements, officials from both countries operate together in a common control zone, applying harmonized procedures that secure, simplified, and seamless. This cooperation strengthens each nation's ability to manage its borders effectively whilst facilitating trade, travel, trust across the region. It is important, Chair, to emphasize that the establishment of the one-stop border post does not alter our international boundaries. It's not true that we are surrendering the sovereignty of our country to the one-stop border post. Instead, it represents a practical partnership between neighboring states, one built on trust, mutual respect, as well as shared prosperity. To make this collaboration work effectively, enabling legislation is essential. Such laws must clearly define which national laws apply within the one-stop border post. We're not getting into this thing blind. We understand the law and how it operates. This empowers officials from both countries to enforce their respective mandates within the common control zone while operating on the territory on the adjoining states in a structured and lawful manner. This precisely the purpose of the One-Stop Border Post Bill of 2024, The bill provides the legal foundation for establishing and managing one-stop border posts between South Africa and our neighbors, giving effect to the policy approved by Cabinet in March 2022. It sets out the framework for international agreements, the creation of common control zones, and the coordination of border procedures, ensuring that the law of both states can be applied seamlessly and securely with a shared operational space. By adopting this bill, South Africa will take a decisive step towards seamless, smart, and secure borders that facilitate trade movement rather than hinder them. Chairperson, there are several benefits that will be realized as we implement the one-stop border post concept, and they include as listed below. 1, improved trade efficiency and lower freight cost, which will boost competitiveness and facilitate national and regional economic growth. Across the African continent, one-stop border posts have proved to be very effective, and we must indeed support them. It will remove backlogs in strategic trade corridors, which will greatly facilitate the expansion of South Africa's intra-African trade and integration into the global economy. The one-stop border post will in future contribute to improved regional integration by enabling goods and people to move swiftly within the SADC and the continent as a whole. The one-stop border posts are also key in supporting the African Continental Free Trade Area in achieving one of its aims of creating a single market for goods and services facilitated by movements of people to intensify economic integration in Africa. And yes, through the one-stop border post, we will make sure that we promote the legal movement of people and make it easy, whilst on the other hand, we divert our resources to make sure that those who want to cross the country illegally are unable to do so. The African Continental Free Trade Area and one-stop border post are interconnected initiatives. You can never imagine the other without the other. You cannot say you support the African Continental Free Trade Area whilst on the other hand you slam modernization of our border environment. It is not logical. According to the African Import-Export Bank, the African Continental Free Trade Area, if properly managed, creates a 3.4 trillion trade block, boosting intra-Africa trade by more than 50%. And I'm not talking about 3.4 trillion rands, I'm talking about $3.4 trillion. We can never not take this opportunity. Therefore, the African Continental Free Trade Area and one-stop border posts are complementary with the success of the African Free Trade Area, depending on the efficiency implementation of tools like the one-stop border post to foster economic growth and development for Africa. Chairperson, as we look to the future, I extend a sincere invitation to all honorable members across every bench and every party to lend their support to this vital bill. Let us move forward together in strengthening our borders, advancing our economy, and deepening regional cooperation. By endorsing this bill, we affirm a shared vision, a South Africa that is secure, connected, and open for progress. Let us unite in this effort for the benefit of our nation and the generations that are still to come. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. I now recognize the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. There's a saying that goes, time is money. And I think this is the operative principle that we are addressing here. The time that our importers lose when they have to get critical components so that they can manufacture goods, the time that our farmers lose when they export fresh produce that cannot afford to stand in trucks and long lines all day, that is time that becomes wasted money. And it is that wastage that we are seeking to eradicate. Because at the end of the day, honorable members, South Africa's biggest crisis is low growth and high unemployment. And we simply cannot afford to leave low-hanging fruits on the ground and unpicked anymore. We have to now make sure that we do everything in our power to reduce wastage, reduce time lost in trade, and make sure that we position our economy to grow more aggressively. That is really what this reform is about, and it is the kind of reform that you see from an economically literate government. And honestly, Honourable Chair, I think the debate has demonstrated to us a bit of the contrast between those in the House who are serious about getting South Africa growing and those who are fundamentally unserious. Firstly, when it comes to the EFF, I think the support is welcome from the EFF, but I do want to make it clear that the attempt to smuggle a borderless environment in here is not going to stand. Unfortunately, the EFF always finds a way to confirm that it wants to erase borders altogether. It wants to unleash anarchy in our immigration system, and that's not what this is about, and that's not what's going to happen under the GNU. Secondly, Honourable Chair.
House Chair, I rise on a point of order.
Honourable Minister, please take the seat.
The Honourable Deputy Minister.
Honourable Member, I've not recognized you. I was still going to say that you must raise your hand so that I'm able to recognize you. There is absolutely no need to open a mic and speak. Now you are recognized.
Thanks, House Chair. The Deputy Minister must be grateful that we are referring a minister. Must be grateful that we are giving him an honor to call him a minister. He doesn't deserve it.
Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
He doesn't deserve it.
Honourable Member, what is your point of order?
The point of order is, I thought he's the minister.
Honourable Member, please, we want to proceed with the business of the day.
The so-called minister is deliberately misleading and misrepresenting the EFF in our case in respect of what we mean by
point of order. Honourable Member.
Free movement of people and free movement of goods.
Honourable Member, that is a point of debate.
If you've got nothing to offer about
Honourable Member.
You must shut up.
Order. No, Honourable Member, don't switch off your mic. That's a point of debate. And can we address each other respectfully? There is no so-called minister. Can you please withdraw that?
What is it if you don't have the so-called?
No, Honourable Member, you know the rules of the House and you are not supposed to say that. Can you please withdraw that? Because we would not like it when somebody else says the so-called member of parliament. You are not so-called. It's either you are minister or minister or miss.
Mr. So-and-so must be grateful that we refer to him as a member.
Honourable Member, please, that is uncalled for.
Mr. So must be grateful that we refer
Honourable Member.
As a minister.
Honourable Member. I'm saying, please withdraw so-called. You can't say Mr. So-called again.
Mr. Minister must be grateful we refer to him as a minister.
Thank you. Sit down. That is not a point of order. That is not a point of order. It's a point of debate. You should have, when you debated, maybe raised that in your own debate. Honourable Minister, please continue. Sorry, Honourable Minister, there's another hand. Honourable Minister.
Yeah, I wanted to call my comrade in EFF to order. Anarchy and populism are counter-revolutionary. It's out of order.
Honourable Minister, please take the podium.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me say...
My hand has been up, Chairperson.
Honourable Minister, please take a seat. Honourable Marais.
Chairperson, I want to raise a point of order. The Minister is casting aspersion against the EFF. He's saying that we are anarchists and he's naming a lot of things. He must first take that back and say that we want borderless South Africa because we want anarchy. Can you please take it back immediately? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honourable Marais, that's not a point of order. Please, can we continue with the business of the day? Honourable Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me repeat, erasing South Africa's border will lead to anarchy and it will never happen under the GNU. Let me indicate, Chair, also the response from MK. I think it's really important to hear actually what they are saying. As we stand here, there are 32 one-stop border posts in Africa with another 85 that are in the pipeline. But when they speak, they create a caricature of the economy in Africa, a caricature of long queues, of pieces of paper. They say that there's too much implementation complexity. Quote, that was what they said. Well, thank goodness you're not in government, because government is about confronting the complexity of implementation. That is why we have a government in this country. And unlike MK and some of their fellow travelers, we do not accept the idea that trade in Africa has to be limited to these kind of inefficient systems. Instead, we are saying that Africa in East
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Ngubane.
Chair, the minister is misleading the House. He's misquoting what the MK says. I would like to read him what I quoted on.
Honorable Member, that's the point of order. Honorable Ngubane, please take your seat. Please take your seat.
The minister
please
must
take your seat.
The House, Chair.
Please take your seat.
Yeah.
That's not a point of order,
and then
Honorable Ngubane. Honorable Minister.
Chair, in conclusion, it's very simple. You can either have a country with long queues, with perishable products standing in the sun, with paper-based systems, with corruption, or you can have a...
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Reddy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I do not want to be...
Honorable members, can you please...
I don't want to dishonor this House. I had my hand raised and nobody noticed it. Firstly, there is a rule that says no honorable member can mislead the House. Now, I'd like clarity from you when an order is raised stating that a member is misleading the House. Why do you rule that as being not a rule of order? Because we certainly cannot be misleading the House by misinterpreting what speakers are saying. That is misleading the House. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Reddy. Even if that is in the rules, but he was not misleading, that is why I said it's a point of debate. Once you want to raise a point and want to explain that why you mean what you are saying, it's a point of debate. It's not that a minister was misleading the House. Continue, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think if you want to understand what the weak argument looks like...
Point of order, Chair.
Take a seat, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaula.
This minister is an anarch.
Honorable Kaula, Honorable Kaula, please, can you withdraw that? You are not supposed to say that.
No,
we got no, Ma'am Kaula. Ma'am Kaula,
is the point of debate.
That's not a point. That's not a point of order. Continue, Honorable Minister. Honorable Kaula, no, that's not a point of order. Please continue, Honorable Member. Please take a seat, Honorable Minister. Can I recognize the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance?
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. My apologies for interrupting the Minister. At this point, one of the few people in this House speaking sense. House Chairperson, Honourable Makaula, at this point, I believe, made a...
No, on a point of order. That is wrong.
A derogatory statement.
On a point of order.
Can she please withdraw that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Tlangini, who recognized you?
I called a point of order, House Chair.
No, I didn't recognize you. You were supposed to raise your hand because there was still someone on the platform with a point of order. So no one recognized you. Please continue, Honourable Minister.
Honourable Chair, I must say, I have never seen someone being misled.
House Chair, my hand is up.
Back at them. It's quite...
Honourable Minister, your time has expired.
House Chair, my hand was up.
Honourable Tlangwini.
Thank you, House Chair. For the Chief Whip of the DA to say that the Minister is the only person to speak sense is a derogatory statement, and he must withdraw that. So then he would have said that everyone have speak nonsense the whole day.
No, that is your assumption, and it can be a point of order. Please, honourable members, can we proceed? Honourable members, that concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the one-stop border post bill being read a second time? The MK?
We object and we vote against.
Okay. No, I understood that. It's fine. With that objection, then the report is agreed to. I will allow the secretary to Yes. I will allow the secretary to read the bill the second time.
One-stop border post bill.
The bill will then be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Agriculture on vote 29.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Requests for declaration, honorable members, of vote have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes. One member of each political party wishing to make a declaration an opportunity to do so. All parties have up to 2 minutes to make a declaration. The DA.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. It gives me great pride to reflect on the remarkable progress achieved under the leadership of Minister John Steenhuisen in the Ministry of Agriculture. Our agricultural sector, which is the backbone of South Africa's economy, has over the last 16 months shown resilience and growth, particularly in expanding export markets for our world-class products. The National Agricultural Marketing Council improved performance and the PPECB had a clean audit. This signals a growing culture of efficiency and integrity within our agricultural institutions. Through targeted trade missions, strategic bilateral agreements, and improved certification systems, South African farmers are now exporting to new markets across Asia, the Middle East, and the Americas. These efforts, led by Minister Steenhuisen, have not only boosted rural employment, but also positioned South Africa as a trusted global supplier of safe, high-quality agricultural produce. On disease control, the unqualified audit of the Agricultural Research Council, after nearly a decade of challenges, stands as a testament to the improved discipline in governance and accountability. The department made commendable strides in curbing the foot and mouth disease. The progress in establishing the mid-scale vaccine facility marks a crucial step towards once again achieving self-sufficiency in vaccine production of the foot and mouth disease. The groundwork laid by Minister Steenhuisen's department includes close collaboration with the Agricultural Research Council, as well as the broader red meat industry, which will ensure long-term biosecurity nationally. The committee urges the Minister of Agriculture to continue to strengthen accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MK.
Greetings, Chair. May I address the paradox of the law that exists within this budget review and recommendation? One is that we have a constitution that recognizes AMACOS in Chapter 12. And then you have also a constitution that recognizes AMACOS in Chapter 7. And then you have a CPA Act that recognizes the role of ownership of land in the local sphere. Now there's a clash. 3 institutions in one jurisdiction claiming for the same space. And eventually we have Land Claims Act, which said to AMACOS to claim your land so that it can be brought back after 94. When they were supposed to give the land back to Inkosi, they then passed a CPA Act that takes away the land claimed by Inkosi to a clique to own that land instead of the tribe in that particular area. As a result, now we are sitting with shortage of land, and for you to become a commercial farmer, you need a threshold in terms of land ownership. Land is not just a historically dispossessed item. It is a factor of production in terms of economics. In economics, you must have 4 factors of production: land, buildings, owner's equity, and labor. And all the African people are only labor to white farmers. And then that's the problem. And then the same white people are owning the banking sector, which does not finance the black emerging farmers. Now we are sitting with a less growth in the black historically disadvantaged communities. Why? Because there is no one who gives them credit facility to be able to grow. But we found another actually misnomer. The emerging farmers, they produce goods and services, and then they pull it into a pool of white commercial farmers, and then they send it abroad as if it is their own production. And when they're supposed to pay them back, they don't pay them, and they say, you are owing a white farmer instead for him to take your stock into abroad. And then this is a problem that we are witnessing in the agricultural sector.
Honorable Member, your time is expired.
Thank you.
The EFF.
Very much, Honorable Chairperson. The economic freedom fighters reject the budget review and recommendation report of the...
Honorable members, can we please keep it down, because now we're drowning the speaker on the podium.
Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reject the budgetary review and recommendation report on the portfolio of agriculture. The agriculture sector in the country continues along the path set it by colonialism and apartheid, and the past 30 years of democracy have not even touched the surface in terms of reorganizing the sector into one that is truly representative of the country. The appointment into this Ministry of Agriculture of a person whose party is dead set against transformation, as exemplified by the opposition to Black economic empowerment, expropriation of land, and the National Health Insurance and other interventions by the state is an indication that this sector will never transform. About 80% of our food is produced by highly mechanized and monopolized agriculture entities that are wholly white-owned. These entities monopolize the downstream and the upstream activities in agriculture, even controlling who has access to what type of seed. This makes participation by emerging Black farmers ever so more difficult. The situation is worse for Black farmers who are actually doing the production and are faced with the problem of market access for their products. The markets themselves are controlled by these deeply racist monopolies who constrain the development of our agriculture because they are driven by deep racism considerations. Even state institutions such as Langman are not geared towards broaden participation in the agriculture sector by Black people, and as the means test for access to loans is still geared toward favoring established entities. The budget review process does not even tilt the balance towards favoring emerging farmers, and therefore we reject the bid.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. IFP.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP welcomes the positive audit outcomes for the ARC and the PPECP, but remains deeply concerned about the department's performance. The department received a qualified audit opinion due to inadequate monitoring of its audit improvement plan, leading to ongoing non-compliance with PFMA. There's been an increase in fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The significant terminated supply contracts are still under investigation. Despite utilizing most of its budget, the department missed many targets
highlighting planning and oversight weaknesses, especially in managing conditional grants and transferred funds. This oversight gap raises accountability risk. OPP continues to be a concern with repeated qualified audit and leadership instability, threatening national biosecurity. The IFP urges the swift appointment of key leadership positions, including CFO, DDG for food security, and encourages the minister to establish clean, measurable targets for all transferred funds. The IFP accepts this report, but concludes that immediate decisive action is needed to restore effective governance and accountability in the agricultural sector. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The PA.
Honourable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, the Patriotic Alliance has considered the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, as tabled in the ATC on 22 October 2025. This report, which assesses the performance of the Department of Agriculture for the year 2024-25 financial year, is a critical reflection of the state of our agricultural sector and its role in addressing food security, rural development, and economic transformation. We note with concern the findings of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as well as persistent underperformance in key programs aimed at supporting emerging farmers and revitalizing rural economies. These financial insufficiencies undermine the department's mandate and erode public trust. The Patriotic Alliance calls for strong financial control and accountability mechanisms to prevent misuse of public funds, accelerated implementation of the Agriculture and Arrow Processing Master Plan AAMP with clear targets for inclusion of black producers and township-based agribusiness. 3, expand support for smallholder farmers, including access to land, input markets, and infrastructure. 4, transparent reporting on the outcome of food and nutrition security programs, especially in vulnerable communities. We commending the committee for its oversight and urge the department to act decisively on the recommendations. Agriculture must be a drive of inclusive growth, not a misuse opportunity. I support things.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Let me just get my camera on. Dit is my duidelik as 'n mens na hierdie BRRR verslag kyk, dat jy eintlik maar 'n beeld moet kry om 'n geheel beeld hiervan te gee. Nou ek gaan nou maar 'n plaasname koppel aan van die verskillende instansies. Die Departement Landbou self kan ons noem Ouklip vlakte. Nou Ouklip daar in die Limpopo provinsie is hoë gehalte grond in vleigebiede wat onnodig geploeg word, en daai blootstelling aan die suurstof maak dat daai hoë gehalte grond verswak of eintlik verhard tot klip wat nooit weer vir landboudoeleindes gebruik kan word nie. Die Departement van Landbou deur misbruik is Ouklip vlakte. Die Departement van Grondhervorming wat 'n rukkie in hierdie BRRR ingesluit is, kan ons put sonder water noem. Nou daai naam is misleidend. Dit kan beteken puts onder water, maar in hierdie geval is dit put sonder water. Daar was water, maar dis misbruik en is opgebruik en daar gaan niks aan wat die moeite werd is dan in daai hele aspek nie. Die Landbounavorsingsraad kan ons die goeie hoop plaas noem. Dit lyk of dit regkom. Daar was probleme, maar dit lyk of dit beter kom. Onderste poort biologiese produkte. Kom ons noem dit maar nooit gedagte. Maar niemand sou ooit gedink het dat so 'n eerste klas onderneming so agteruit kan gaan nie. Dan die bemarkingsraad vir landbouprodukte, dit kan ons morgenson noem. Dit begin beter te lyk, maar die son moet nog skyn en ons moet kyk of dit regtig werk. Die PPECB wat uitvoergehalte moet nagaan en die Suid-Afrikaanse handelsmerk moet handhaaf, kan ons voorspoedskuil noem. op sy werk is baie van die voorspoed in die landbou gegrond, maar as dit fout gaan, dan is daar probleme. En as ons die hele opset bymekaar sit, dan moet ons dit verlaat en kloof eiendomsbeperk noem, want daar is soveel leierskapsposisies wat nie gevul is nie, dat 'n mens jouself moet afvra, nou waar is die mense? Baie dankie.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Action SA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. This report exposes that the Department of Agriculture remains at a crossroads after being split from rural development and land reform. Instead of new and fresh impetus, we see that the hallmark weaknesses of the past have remained with this new standalone department. The AG's findings are a cause for concern, a qualified audit opinion blighted by inadequate internal controls. Matters of concern are irregular expenditure of 844 million rand, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 5.9 million rand, and a staggering 633 million rand still under investigation. But worse than this is the criminal return of 232 million rand of unspent funds to Treasury. We've just been on a week's oversight to the Eastern Cape, and any one of the projects we visited could have desperately done with these funds. Underspending in key programs like food security, weak oversight of the blended finance scheme, and the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative is starving smallholder and emerging commercial farmers of the support that they were promised. Action SA supports this report, but we call into question the performance of the department and call on the Minister to restore accountability, tighten oversight, embrace transparency, and improve service delivery. There are just too many poorly conceived projects that flatter only to deceive and fail. There are also too many well-conceived projects that are inadequately funded and poorly supported, and they also fail. In conclusion, we must not be misled into thinking that all is well in agriculture. The agricultural sector growth, which is unparalleled in international economic performance, is primarily private sector driven, not department or government led. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ACTP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. The ACDP notes that this BRRR reveals that while the department has made strides in aligning its annual performance plan with the medium-term expenditure framework, critical delivery gaps remain. And we as the ACDP are concerned about persistent inefficiencies and underspending, which undermine food security and rural livelihoods. The ACDP notes with concern the AG's findings of irregular expenditure and poor consequence management in several provincial agricultural entities, which continue to erode public trust and service delivery. We support the commitment to building a sustainable and inclusive food system and the awareness of the need to address the critical veterinary service crisis with backlogs and shortages of vet professionals in the country, particularly due to losses from immigration. The ACDP calls for urgent action to support smallholder farmers and ensure equitable access to drought relief, as well as the elevation of agricultural training colleges to the level of other higher education institutions to enable proper resourcing and administration, all of which is vital for productive youth employment and rural development. The ACDP does also note the allegations raised by the Liberty Fighters Network in their court case against the Minister on poultry vaccinations. The allegations include no proper consultation, studies, and scientific reasoning in vaccinating our poultry. Additionally, it is alleged that the Minister announced the bird flu vaccines on the 5th of June 2025, but the permits for the vaccines were only issued on the 30th of June 2025. The Minister must account. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. UTM.
Niks om te sê nie, voorsitter.
Thank you. Rise.
We can see them Tramastur. So we've got thousands of South Africans that are starving at this moment. This morning, thousands of South African learners went to school hungry. There are matric learners that are writing their accounting, that wrote their accounting exam today on an empty stomach. The only way that we can ensure that every South African is well fed is by fixing every step of our broken food system from farm to our plates. Yet the department that's responsible for the majority of the food system, this particular department is not stepping in. The department is aware that food and nutrition security remains a major issue in South Africa, with malnutrition, particularly under children, remaining prevalent. Yet the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan, meant to be implemented between 2024 and 2029, has still not been finalized. In addition, governance and management within the department is degenerating. Its audit outcome for this year is revealing a failure to address the issues previously raised by the AG, as well as its own audit committee. I concur with the portfolio committee that a culture shift is needed within the department. Strong leadership is required to lead this department away from a culture of weak governance, a lack of accountability, and financial mismanagement towards a well-functioning department that puts South Africans first. We need to ensure that next year's matric learners will write their exams with a full stomach and heaps of energy. We call on the minister to ensure that this does indeed happen.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Bosa. ATM. Al-Jama. NCC. PAC. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Otto, Africa. This report reveals both progress and pain. A sector full of potential yet constrained underspending, delayed programs, and limited reach to poor African farmers. Agriculture is not just a crop and livestock. It's about dignity, food sovereignty, and the economic liberation of our people. The UAT called for realignment of agricultural budget to directly empower smallholders and emerging African farmers, especially women, youth, and persons with disabilities. African farmers are not recipients of sympathy, but partners in production. We note with concern the chronic underspending and low implementation of key programs. Parliament must demand clear timeline, performance indicators, and transparent reporting from the department. Oversight must not be ceremonial. It must produce results that change lives. Agrarian reform must go hand in hand with rural development. Provinces like Limpopo, Mpumalanga, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Eastern Cape remain the breadbasket of our nation, yet they suffer from poor infrastructure and limited market access. We must invest in roads, water systems, and local agro-processing to ensure that the land feeds and employs its own people. The UAT insists that food security is not a policy slogan, but a human right. South Africa must move from dependency of imports to food sovereignty, guided by indigenous knowledge, sustainable practices, and the resilience of our African farmers. This House must ensure that the recommendations of the portfolio are not shelved. The real custodian of the land must be part of the planning, the budget, the monitoring of the...
Honorable Mahlatsi, please come back. You wanted to have ample time to speak, so you will come back now. Honorable Mahlatsi, I've been calling out that Honorable Mahlatsi, your time has expired. And please do not say you did not hear me, because you heard me when I called you the first time to recognize you to speak. And it is very loud, this mic. So there's absolutely no need for what you did. Please don't do it again.
Kanimambo.
Would the ANC
Kanimambo.
Honorable Chair of the House, all honorable members, the African National Congress rise in support of the adoption of the budgetary review and the recommendation report for Vote 29 Agriculture. This report reflects the committee's diligent oversight on the performance of the Department of Agriculture and its entities, including during the period of institutional transition following separations of agriculture from land reform and rural development. The ANC welcomes the department's alignment with the medium-term development plan 2024 and 2029 to 2029 and the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, which together advance food security, rural transformation, and inclusive growth. We commend progress in the agricultural production, biosecurity, and natural resource management programs and the Agricultural Research Council's attainment of an unqualified audit after years of qualified audits, a testament to implementation of governance and accountability. However, we call on the department to strengthen financial management as ag relations support to smallholder and subsistence producers through conditional grants and enhanced monitoring of blended finance and food security interventions. The ANC reaffirms that agriculture remains central to building an inclusive rural economy and a capable development state. We therefore support the adoption of this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I put the motion again. Are there any objections? MK?
MK objects. Thank you.
With that objection, the report is agreed to. I will now allow the Secretary to read the fourth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members, requests for declaration of votes have been received. I will now allow for up to 2 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration an opportunity to do so. All parties have up to 2 minutes to make a declaration. The MK, the DA.
Honorable Chairperson, the DA supports the adoption of the budgetary review and recommendation report. We do so, however, with serious reservations. While the department received an unqualified audit, this masked a deeper crisis in its financial management. Overspending by 677 million rand, while only achieving 83% of its targets, is unacceptable. This points to a fundamental misalignment between spending and performance. When the budget is overspent, yet key targets on infrastructure, overcrowding, and IT systems are missed, it is clear that public money is not being used effectively. Furthermore, the continued high levels of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure highlights a department that's not in full control of its finances. Therefore, our support for this report is conditional on one critical action. The DA strongly urges that the Department of Correctional Services undertakes a full and comprehensive spending review. We need to identify where the money is going, cut wasteful expenditure, and ensure that every rand is directed towards the department's core mandate of safe, secure, and humane incarceration and effective rehabilitation. We cannot continue to accept overspending without improved results. The spending review is no longer a suggestion. It is an urgent necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. MK.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, situation in the prison is national disgrace. This report confirms it. We are wasting billions of rands on system that pampers criminals, while our people suffer in poverty. We see money spent without permission, 677 million. We see money wasted on regular expenditure. And where does it go? To turn prison into comfortable hotel for offenders. This is an insult to every law-abiding citizen and every victim of crime. At the same time, we have always the same to see the protects criminals more than our communities. We are told we must ask foreigners or foreign nationals who breaks the laws. It is okay to deport them. This is madness. They must be deported immediately. The money wasted here could be build schools, colleges and universities. It could be fund jobs, support for our people. Instead, it's spent on comforts to those who have done wrong. Therefore, we cannot accept this. We must take stand as a AKP. We completely and utterly reject this report and the failed GNU corrupt system it is described. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Correctional centers are a mess. The EFF rejects the BRRR for correctional services. The problem of overcrowding, embedded violence, gang activity, deep-seated corruption amongst officials who collude with gang leaders renders the constitutional mandate of Rehabilitation Center futile. The AG's 2023-24 audit outcomes reveals a system riddled with inefficiency and blatant disregard for the transformation potential of correctional institutions. Repeat findings are an indication of a department that's not willing and able to learn. Failure to provide liability that may arise in lieu of pending litigations is an example thereof. Department received unqualified audit with findings for the 5th consecutive year. It recorded unauthorized expenditures of 671 million for municipal services, inflation adjustment, and infrastructure maintenance, 614 million overspending on employee compensation. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure reached 137 million rand, with 134 deemed irrecoverable due to interest on late payment and maintenance overspends. Material non-compliance with procurement processes persists, with bids pleading for goods of over 1 million rand, resulting in 8 million rand in irregular expenditure. Over-reliance on consultants remain a cause for concern. The EFF calls for immediate insourcing of services and proper accountability. The EFF rejects the BRRR for correctional services. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The IFP remains concerned about the recurring audit findings and irregular expenditure within the department. These weaknesses point a serious failure in financial control and accountability, which cannot continue unchecked. Rehabilitation programs remain underfunded and inconsistently implemented without proper education, skills training, and psychological support. Our prisons risk producing repeat offenders instead of formed citizens. We are also alarmed by ongoing corruption, including the smuggling of contraband and the lack of consequences management. We call for stronger internal controls, transparency and protection, and whistleblowers who exposes wrongdoings in our facility. Equally, we must not forget our correctional officials, many of whom face unsafe working conditions and severe resources constraints. The department must prioritize their welfare training and morals if we are to have an effective system. We believe that a just and human correctional system is vital to building safer communities and more ethical nations. The IFP supports the report, but urges the department to act decisively to restore integrity, discipline, and efficiency within correctional services. The IFP supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. PA.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the Patriotic Alliance support the budgetary review. This report is not merely a ledger of expenditure, it is a reflection of our nation's moral compass. It reveals a system strained by overcrowding, under-resourced, rehabilitation programs, and persistent audit non-compliance. It exposes the gap between constitutional promise and lived experience for thousands behind bars. We, the Patriotic Alliance, do not view correctional service as a silos of punishment. We view it as a site of transformation, a place where justice must be restorative, not retributive. We therefore call for ring-fence rehabilitation budget, prioritizing youth offender skills development and community reintegration, urgent infrastructure upgrades, especially in facilities where overcrowding and decay violate human dignity, strengthen oversight, including expanded powers for the judicial inspectorate and community-based monitoring mechanisms, and performance in indicators that reflects transformation, not just compliance measuring impact, not just activity. We further urge the department to implement audit recommendations with urgency and transparency. Fiscal accountability must be matched by moral accountability. Kyk ons mense in die tronk, hulle is nie net numbers op 'n spreadsheet nie. Hulle is mense in die Kaap, mense van die platteland, mense van die stad. Hulle het stories, familiedrome. As die regering regtig wil rehabiliteer, dan moet hulle luister na die taal van die straat, van die kerk, van die jazzklub en die moskee. Gee ons 'n stelsel wat werk vir ons mense, nie teen hulle nie. Maak die tronk 'n plek van tweede kanse, nie van vergete drome nie. In conclusion, the Patriotic Alliance recommends to a correctional system that centers dignity, justice, and reintegration. We will not be silenced while the architecture of incarceration overshadows the promise of transformation. We stand ready to work with all GNU
Your
parties.
time is expired.
Please support.
FF Plus.
House Chairperson, the report confirms that the Department of Correctional Services continues to grapple with systemic failures rooted in years of poor management and neglect. The perennial crisis of overcrowding persists. This is, however, an indicator beyond the control of the Department of Correctional Services, for they cannot turn away detainees on remand and should be tackled by the entire JCPS cluster if there is any hope of solving this crisis. These pressures are compounded by critical infrastructure problems cited by JICS as a reason for certain facilities being rated unsatisfactory. Poor management and weak political will over the past nearly 30 years created an environment conducive to rampant corruption, as indicated by previous audit findings regarding a 1.4 billion rand in irregular expenditure and hundreds of other examples that we are all too familiar with. Despite these entrenched challenges, the period under review shows palpable improvement since 2024. The total number of audit findings decreased slightly from 74 in 2023-24 to 73 in 24-25, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure was reduced from 21 million to 14 million. Critically, the department has demonstrated decisive action in maintaining order, achieving a significant reduction in escapes attributed to the implementation of the National Escape Prevention Strategy and the Gang Combating Strategy. Furthermore, the rehabilitation program achieved all 12 planned targets. The social reintegration program similarly similarly achieved all 6 targets. JICS itself is commended for improving its oversight, increasing announced inspections to 150 and unannounced inspections to 21 for the 2024-25 financial year. Credit should be given where it is due, and the strong leadership of the Minister, who has offered guidance and acknowledged the need for improvement, as well as decisive action taken by the National Commissioner, must be acknowledged. However, Rome was not built in a day. While much has been achieved, much more has to be done, and we trust it will be. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Honourable Speaker, the BRRR report on correctional services again lays bare the stark reality in our correctional centres. Our constitutional mandate is rehabilitation and dignity, not warehousing human beings in conditions that perpetuates crime and despair. Despite an unqualified audit, the department overspent by 677 million, achieved 86% of its targets, and continues to operate in an environment marked by overcrowding, infrastructure decay, gangsterism, drugs, inconsistent reporting on unnatural deaths between DCS and JICS. These are not abstract numbers. They reflect human lives and communities impacted. The House cannot ignore that overcrowding has risen to 55%, and the rise in the remand detainees is a systemic failure across the criminal justice chain. The most vulnerable, including those awaiting trial, simply because they cannot afford bail under 1,000 rand, remains trapped. Rehabilitation targets met on paper mean little when infrastructure projects are abandoned, internal controls fail, and audit findings remain stubbornly consistent year after year. The department's self-sufficiency and sustainability model offers potential, since meaningful work, skills development, and restorative justice remain critical in reducing reoffending. Yet, without disciplined financial management and credible performance data, potential remains a dream. Action SA calls for urgent action to strengthen contract management, fill funded vacancies, ensure reliable performance information, and escalate collaboration across the criminal justice system to alleviate overcrowding. Society expects safer communities, not a cycle revolving door of crime institutions. The path forward demands transparency, urgency, and a relentless focus on outcomes that restore lives and secures our nation. As Action SA, we support this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP has taken note of this report as well as the negative audit outcomes and trust that this will be improved going forward. We're also fully aware of the severe overcrowding at many of the correctional centres, which negatively impacts on attempts at rehabilitation and places the safety and security of inmates and officials at risk. Now, the number of remand detainees, according to the report, has significantly increased from 48,000 in 2021 to a staggering 62,000 in 2025. Many of the measures, as pointed out in the report, to reduce overcrowding are not producing the desired results, especially if the number of remand detainees continues to rise at this rate. And we agree that all stakeholders within the criminal justice system should look at other, more practical alternative solutions to supplement the current measures. One of the ways is to deport foreigners who have committed crimes in the country to serve their sentences in their home countries. Another way is to reduce the number of awaiting trial detainees, many of whom may not be guilty of the crimes they are charged with, and it often costs far more to incarcerate such detainees than the bail they owe. The ACDP also believes that more offenders should be encouraged to participate in both rehabilitation programs and skills programs in correctional facilities. This will assist with social reintegration back to society, as well as improving self-sufficiency in correctional sentences. The department needs to ensure that sufficient allocations are given for these two programs, these critical programs, to improve, with restorative justice being a critical element. That having been said, the ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Rise.
Against some Tramastul. Honorable members, this report once more highlights an issue that we are all too familiar with, the overcrowding of our correctional facilities. The department reports that it now has an overcrowding rate of 55%. That is over 50,000 inmates incarcerated without a dedicated bed space. The minister recently also shared that many facilities, particularly in the Western Cape, have over double the number of inmates than their approved bed space. This is a travesty and a terrible indictment on our criminal justice system. There is a very straightforward solution, which I have proposed before and will put forward again today, that we introduce and normalize alternative sentencing for lesser crimes. We need to bring convicted criminals back to their communities and put them to work there. Honorable members, let us prioritize the human dignity of those incarcerated in our prisons. Let us promote the principle of restorative justice in rehabilitating offenders in our communities.
Thank you. Bosa.
Thank you, House Chair. We support without declaration.
Thank you. The ATM. Al-Jamar. The NCC. The PIC. The UAT.
No declaration from UAT.
Thank you. Good. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The ANC supports the adoption of the budgetary review and recommendation report of the Portfolio Committee on Correctional Services. This report is a reflection of the committee's oversight over the Department of Correctional Services and the Judicial Inspectorate of Correctional Services during the year under review. It contains both the progress achieved and the challenges that continue to persist in our correctional systems. Chair, we commend the department for achieving an unqualified audit opinion for the year under review. This is a positive reflection of the department's spending, adherences to the PFMA, and improved accountability. We, however, note with concern the unauthorized expenditure of 677 million flagged by the Auditor General, and we will continue to exercise our oversight for implementation on the corrective action. These issues must be addressed decisively to ensure full compliance and with Treasury regulations and the PFA and avoid reoccurrences. Chairperson, our vision for correctional services is clear. However, we must confront the challenges that aim to cripple this vision. Overcrowding, which now stands at 55%, remains a serious concern. It affects living conditions, rehabilitation programs, and the safety of both inmates and staff. The shortage of staff and the unfavorable staff to inmate ratio further stretch the department's capacity to provide a safe and effective correctional services. The department must urgently prioritize the filling of funded vacancies in this regard. In conclusion, Chairperson, we reaffirm our commitment to building a corrective system that upholds human dignity, rehabilitation, accountability, and social justice. The ANC supports the adoption of this report. I thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. I put the motion again. Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? MK?
Mkonto Wesizwe objects to this bill. Thank you.
EFF?
EFF rejects as well.
UAT?
UAT object.
Thank you. Any other objections? With those objections noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of budgetary review and recommendation report of Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and Environment on annual reports and financial statements of Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment and its 5 entities, namely South African National Parks, Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority, South African Weather Service, South African National Biodiversity Institute, as well as Marine Living Resources Fund for 2024-25 financial year.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the report be adopted.
Thank you. Requests for declarations of vote have been received, honourable members. I will now allow up to 2 minutes, one member from each party to make such a declaration. The DA.
The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment and its entities have shown steady progress in their financial governance. Audit returns reflect fewer findings, more accurate and timeous reporting, and a far more constructive relationship with the Auditor General. While the overall audit outcomes remain unchanged, the trajectory is clearly positive, marked by transparency, accountability, and concrete steps to correct past weaknesses. Despite what you may hear shortly, this progress was acknowledged in our committee across party lines. It shows that the department and its entities are beginning to take oversight seriously and to embed a culture of compliance and integrity. However, my honourable colleagues and I will ensure that this momentum is not lost, that the department continues to improve, to serve our people and to protect our environment. There should be little political divergence when it comes to environmental governance. We all want clean air to breathe, our natural heritage protected from criminals and profiteers, resilience against a changing climate, and for our abundant natural assets to be both a source of pride and of sustainable economic growth and jobs. From tackling environmental crime to advancing the global climate agenda, Minister George has demonstrated that sound financial management is the foundation of real progress. His own office achieved a 13% saving on projected costs through fiscal prudence and restraint, leading the way for the rest of his department. For the Democratic Alliance, the department's improving performance is proof that good governance works. We are delivering on the promise we made when we entered national government to use each taxpayer rand honestly, efficiently, and transparently for the benefit of all South Africans. And while the Honourable Deputy President may not appreciate the transformative power of clean, accountable governance, the people of the Western Cape and now South Africa know that when you get the basics right and focus on delivery, everyone benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. The MKP.
Honourable Speaker.
Honourable member, just hold on. Honourable members on the virtual platform. Honourable Mtsweni, please, until you recognize, do not unmute.
Oh, wait, Jeff, it's your turn. Yeah.
Can the table staff please assist? Thank you. Honourable member, my apologies. Please proceed.
Honourable House Chair, honourable members, fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus. Umkhonto Wesizwe Party rises only not to reflect on this report, but to reflect on the lives, the health and the dignity of our people who lives every day surrounded by the stench of government failures. Section 24 of the Constitution guarantees every South African the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and their well-being. Yet for millions, that right has been betrayed. Across this country, raw sewer runs down the township streets into the rivers, turning lifeline into death traps. According to the department, owns 2023 Green Drop Report, 334 wastewater treatment works, that is more than 60%. It's in a critical state of failure. Over 5 billion liters untreated and partially untreated sewer flows into our rivers. Lafa kanjalo izwe lethu. It is not a resource problem, but it is a priority problem. As MK Party will reject this budget, reject excuses and affirm its commitment to environment justice as the pillar of true freedom. We will hold this department accountable for every polluted river, every failed plant and every community robbed its dignity. Umkhonto Wesizwe, viva.
Thank you. The EFF.
Ndolibuwa Mudzula Chidrulo, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the PLENARY report for the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment with reasons, of course. This report exposes not just administrative failures, it exposes a government that has normalized poor performance and unaccountability. When entities like SAFCOL can ignore Parliament with impunity, it tells us that compliance is no longer respected and accountability has become optional. This department, House Chair, is crippled by poor leadership, non-compliance, and a lack of agency to correct repeat audit findings. What the report reveals is clear. Audit action plans are not implemented effectively. Irregular expenditure and material misstatements continue. Weak or non-existent consequence management, as well as failure of entities like SAFCOL to comply with statutory reporting obligations. The audit action plan is meaningless if the same issues of weak internal controls, poor consequence management, and fruitless expenditure continue to resurface. The biggest embarrassment in this report is the SAFCOL, which failed to submit its annual report and financial statements. House Chair, this is a flagrant violation of the PFMA. It shows utter disregard for Parliament, the AG, and the people of South Africa. SAFCOL's failure to submit on time is not a small administrative issue. It points to instability, lack of oversight from the minister, as well as absence of transparency in a state-owned company that should be contributing to job creation and economic growth through sustainable forestry. House Chair, under the minister, the environmental sector is sinking. The same DA that loves to lecture others about good governance has now become a champion of underperformance. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has unfortunately expired. The IFP. Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Chair. The IFP commends the Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environment for achieving 83% of its target and maintaining a strong fiscal discipline with 98% budget utilization. We applaud the SAN Parks, South African National Biodiversity Institute, South African Weather Service, Isimangaliso, and the Marine Living Resources Fund for their collective performance, with the most entities surpassing 80% of planned outcome and severally achieving a clean or improved audit outcome or results. The IFP, South African National Parks, ICT upgrades, SAWS, cyber recovery, SANBI's biodiversity, research and youth training initiatives, and Isimangaliso continued excellence in conservation and community empowerment. However, we note with concern the persistent audit findings, capacity gaps, and delays in SAFCOL's reporting. The department must urgently strengthen compliance, accelerate the management in a smaller scale fisheries, and enhance waste and air quality management to ensure environment resilience. The IFP support the continued pursuit of the clean audits, improved governance, and sustainable environment stewardship.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
Thank you.
The PA.
We as the Patriotic Alliance express our support for this report. We also wish to commend the entities that has achieved unqualified audits with no findings, as this demonstrates sound financial management and compliance with audit standards. While some entities have incurred findings in their audit, we acknowledge that there is some progress, although slow and stagnant. Progress, however minimal, remains a step in the right direction. It is concerning that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment has shown a drastic decrease in expenditure across several of its entities. Moreover, the failure of the Minister to table the annual finding report of the second consecutive year since 2024 is unacceptable. We emphasize the urgent need of accountable and compliant leadership. The persistent lack of consequence management remains one of the most critical challenges highlighted in this report. The absence of accountability directly contributes to the ongoing issues in revenue and expenditure management. The Patriotic Alliance call for decisive action to strengthen governance, enforce compliance, and ensure that the public funds are managed responsibly to benefit all of South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you, the FF Plus.
Dankie, agbare huisvoorsitter. Die Departement van Bosbou, Visserry en die Omgewing moet die natuurlike biologiese omgewing waarop alle menslike lewe gegrond is, beskerm. Soms ontstaan die misverstand dat omgewingsbewaring teenoor menseregte staan. Dit is 'n misverstand. Hier blyk dit dat 'n gemeenskapsperspektief soms nuttiger is as 'n menseregte perspektief. Dit verbind ryk en arm, plattelands en stedelik, die huidige geslag en die wat nog kom, in een verweefde werklikheid, veel ryker as blote individuele regte. Die departement se werk onderskei tussen direkte benutting, skadebeheer en waarnemings wat ons moet waarsku wanneer sekere drempels oorgesteek word. Die wonder van die lewende wêreld is dat dit altyd vernuwe en dus kan herstel. Die benutting van hout, wilde diere op land en in die see, asook medisinale plante moet so benut word dat bronne kan herstel. Nou hierdie departement self, sowel as die 6 entiteite waarvan 5 nou verslag doen, het hierdie wesenlike taak om te verrig. Maar uit die verslag blyk dat in die wesenlike taak befondsing afneem en vakante leiersposisies toeneem. Nou snaaks, dat daar sekere partye is wat so deur 'n ideologie van transformatisme gedryf word, dat hulle liewerster vakante senior posisies sien, as dat die topposte volgens hulle ongetransformeerd is. Dit is 'n resep vir mislukking, dit is 'n resep daarvoor om 'n omgewing te kry wat uiteindelik ineenstort, en as mense nou bekommerd is oor wat van Suid-Afrika word die dag as SASSA ineenstort, dan moet 'n mens weet wat gaan gebeur as daar nie meer water is nie, nie meer skoon lug nie, en die eerste tekens daarvan is reeds daar. Dis tyd dat uitgediende beleide rondom transformasie en rondom diskriminasie teenoor sekere demografiese profiele einde kry. Baie dankie.
Action SA.
Honourable Chair, I have a distinct feeling of déjà vu. Once again, the Environmental Affairs portfolio has stood still. The overall audit opinion for 2024-25 remains exactly the same as previous years. Unqualified audit reports with findings. 3 entities achieved clean audits. 3 others...
Order, honourable members. Please give the Honourable Beasley an opportunity.
3 others, the department itself, the Weather Service and Sand Parks received unqualified audits with findings. And just like last year, SAFCOL has failed to table its annual reports, a clear violation of Section 65 of the PFMA and a sign of complete collapse in accountability. Despite all the fanfare about new leadership, the audit opinion is the same, indicating no meaningful improvement in financial management or governance. The numbers tell the story. Over 200 million in irregular expenditure. Honourable Chair, this is the department responsible for the air we breathe, our oceans, our forests, and the tens of thousands of livelihoods they sustain. We cannot afford business as usual. This lethargy and indifference and failure to make meaningful progress is the hallmark of the government of national unity and must end. The environment deserves action, not excuses. I thank you.
The ACDP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the ACDP is cognizant that the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment plays a pivotal role in safeguarding South Africa's natural heritage, regulating environmental impact, and promoting sustainable resource use. The ACDP notes that while the AG has noted the department has made significant strides in the quality of audited financial statements, the BRRR highlights key financial and operational concerns across its 5 entities. The report highlights the underfunding of infrastructure maintenance and anti-poaching operations, threatening the ecological integrity of tourism viability of our national parks. It also notes persistent budget shortfalls that hinder community-based conservation and delays ecotourism development projects in the Isimangaliso Wetland Park Authority. Regarding the South African Weather Services, it is concerning that aging radar systems and insufficient capital investment are seen to be compromising early warning capabilities amid intensifying climate risks. Notably absent from the BRRR is the recent controversy surrounding the continuing illegal logging in state forests, particularly in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, where investigative reports have exposed syndicate-linked operations exploiting regulatory loopholes. As kingdom builders, the ACDP calls for urgent interdepartmental intervention and transparency in forestry permits. This issue demands parliamentary scrutiny beyond the current review. I thank you.
The UDM.
Next om te sê, voorzitter.
Thank you. Rise.
Declaration, Chair.
Thank you. Bosa.
No declaration, Chair.
Thank you. The ATM. Al-Jamar. The NCC. The PAC. The UIT.
No declaration from UIT.
Thank you. Good. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. As evidenced by the findings of the AG's report, in the 2024-25 financial year, the department was able to reduce the number of conclusions and improve the quality of audited financial statements, supply chain management, the prevention of irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, contract management, and revenue management. These are all good indicators of adherence with good corporate governance principles. While we acknowledge the improvements, I rise on behalf of the ANC to call for concerted effort in improving the overall audit opinion of the department and its entities to unqualified audit opinion with no findings. We implore the department to put measures in place to adequately address consequence management measures, revenue management, the quality of performance reports, financial management controls, irregular expenditure, and missing key service delivery targets. Service delivery and job creation is essential and must be addressed with the urgency it deserves. Honourable Chairperson, we note with concern that SAFCOL did not table an annual report as required by the law. We condemn this behaviour and trust that it will not be recurring. That being said, we are encouraged by the unqualified audit opinions with no findings received by SENBI, Isimangaliso, and MLRF. This resembles to potential that exists within the portfolio, and we hope that in the next financial year, significant progress will be registered. The ANC supports the BRRR report of the Portfolio Committee and its entities. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. I put the motion again. Are there any objections? The MK?
Mkontewe says we object. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF?
EFF object.
Thank you. The UIT?
The UIT object.
Thank you. Any other objections? With those objections noted, the report is accordingly agreed to. Honourable members, we now come to motions without notice. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a motion without notice?
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress moved without notice that the House knows that the Disability Rights Awareness Month is observed annually in South Africa from 3rd November to 3rd December, serving as an important reminder of our shared responsibilities to promote inclusive and equality for persons with disability. Further notes that 3rd December is the International Day of Persons with Disability and is also celebrating as National Disability Rights Awareness Day. Remembers that disability is a consequence of an impairment that may be physical, cognitive, mental, sensory, emotional, developmental, or some combination of these. Recalls that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability is responsible for driving this government equity, equality and empowerment agenda. Acknowledges that this year's theme is creating strategic multi-sectoral partnership for a disability inclusive society and calls for people to move from mere awareness to concrete inclusive action in their communities and workplace. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The DA.
Honourable Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House acknowledges the crisis in the South African criminal justice system and the lack of any real plan to curb the rise of a mafia state. Recognizes that while SAPS is under 2 national inquiries, residents in communities across the country are murdered in gang and taxi-related violence every day. Expresses condolences to families and communities grieving loss from taxi and gang-related violence. Condemns the panel appointed to find suitable candidates to fill the soon-to-be vacant position of National Director of Public Prosecutions with little experience in criminal prosecutions. Calls for an independent anti-corruption body that wholly independent to complement the National Prosecuting Authority in prosecuting high-level crimes. I so move.
Are there any objections? The ANC?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. The ANC object.
Thank you. With that objection noted, this motion will be converted into a notice of motion. The MKP?
Thanks, Chair. I rise on behalf of the Umkhonto Party to move without notice that the House know the essential role of functional and well-maintained health infrastructure in delivering equitable health care and ensuring readiness for successful rollout of the National Health Insurance. Acknowledges the legal duties imposed by the Government Immovable Assets Management Act and the Public Finance Management Act, which require accounting officers to prepare and submit facility condition assessments and related maintenance budgets. Express grave concern at the persistent non-compliance with these statutory obligations, resulting in the deterioration of hospitals, clinics, and other healthcare facilities across the country. Therefore, resolve that all accounting officers in national and provincial health departments be directed to submit JAMA-compliant condition assessments and corresponding maintenance budget within 90 days of the adoption of this resolution. And further resolve that the Portfolio Committee on Health, together with the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, SCOPA, monitor compliance with the directive and reports progress to the House within the next parliamentary term. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Michalakis.
Thank you, Chair. I rise in terms of Rule 123 2C Roman 7, which indicates that a motion without notice may not propose to issue an instruction to the executive. I would like to request your ruling on that. I believe that the motion put before the House does, in point 4, go as far as giving instructions as to how the executive should conduct certain of its business. I would also preemptively like to point out to you that the motions circulated by the MK Party, motion number 2 and 3, will have the same objections from the DA. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable Michalakis, and honorable members, of course, it's very important for us to ensure that these motions without notice, which historically, of course, was a procedure brought into our architecture in order to specifically, hopefully, convey the unanimous support and congratulations of this House to achievers and express sympathy where that's needed. So maybe firstly, a reminder to all parties that that's ultimately the aim of motions without notice. Honorable Michalakis, I will take under advisement whether there was substantive compliance with the rule, but for now, if it's in order with you, I'll note it as an objection and request that the motion be converted into a notice of motion. The EFF.
Thank you very much. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters for this House to note that the Honorable CIC, Mr. Julius Malema, President of the Economic Freedom Fighters, unveiled a newly built house for Mr. Selo Mamabolo in Ward 30 Tshego, Polokwane on 2nd of November. Further notes that
Order, honorable members.
Had expressed his frustration to the CIC, Mr. Julius Malema, in July 2025 about this previous home, which was not accessible or suitable for a person living with a disability and using a wheelchair for mobility. Recognize that Mr. Mamabolo is one of many South Africans living with disabilities who do not have homes designed to accommodate their accessibility and mobility needs. Commends the economic freedom fighters for building a new house, accessible home for Mr. Mamabolo, designed to meet the needs of a person living with a disability. Wishes Mr. Mamabolo well in his new home, not like these RDPs that you are building. Thank you, Chair.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections? Agreed to. The ANC.
House Chair. Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that Banyana qualified for 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations after defeating or beating the Democratic Republic of Congo 1-0 on their second leg. The ANC further knows that the House must know that or must recall that the game was only won on the 90th minute after Thembi Kgatlana fired a firing shot straight to the net. The House must also note or acknowledge that the match was doubly important. It was an important win because next year's WAFCON in Morocco will also serve as a qualifier for the 2027 Women's Soccer World Cup in Brazil. And that the House congratulates Banyana for their splendid performance and wishes them well on the Women's Africa Cup of Nations next year. I so move. Thank you.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The IFP.
The Inkatha Freedom Party moves without notice that this House notes that this House notes the South Africa has become the first African country to register the groundbreaking anti-HIV injection, the Nakapevia. Secondly, acknowledges the milestone this represents in advancing the fight against HIV/AIDS on the continent. Thirdly, further acknowledges the tireless work of scientists, medical professionals, and regulatory authorities who contributed to this achievement. Lastly, commend the Department of Health and all partners involved for expanding access to innovate HIV prevention method for South Africans. I so move. Thank you.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The PA.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans, on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance, I move without notice that this House one notes with the utmost pride and admiration the extraordinary achievement of Dr. Natalie Lowe, a 26-year-old from Menenberg who has graduated with a Bachelor's of Medicine and Surgery from Stellenbosch University. 2, we recognize that Dr. Lowe hails from a community where the scourge of gangsterism and socio-economic hardship presents formidable barriers to success, making her academic triumph a profound victory against all odds. 3, acknowledges that the journey from the streets of Menenberg to the pinnacle of academic excellence in the medical field is a powerful testament to her unwavering determination, immense sacrifice, and indomitable spirit. 4, believe that Dr. Lowe's success served as a brilliant beacon of hope and a tangible inspiration to thousands of young people in Menenberg, the Cape Flats, Reiger Park, and Westbury across South Africa who faces similar challenges and circumstances. 5, firmly affirms the timeless principle embodied by her story that where there is a will, there is indeed a way. Therefore, this House unreservedly and joyfully congratulate Dr. Natalie Lowe on her phenomenal achievement and wishes her every success as she embarks on her medical career to serve our nation. We celebrate her as a role model of our nation, our national importance, whose resilience and intellect inspire us all to overcome adversity. We call upon all South Africans to celebrate the story and to support the potential that exists in every community, no matter how marginalized.
Thank you, honorable member. I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. FF plus.
Honorable House Chair, actually Dr. Corneille Mulder, hereby move on behalf of the FF Plus at this House. 1, congratulates the South African Protea women's cricket team for making the nation proud by reaching the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup final for the first time in history, following their commanding 125-run victory over 4-time champions England at the ACA Stadium in Guwahati in the semi-final, where Captain Laura Wolfhard scored a brilliant 169 and Marizanne Kapp took 5 for 20. Notes that the team eventually bowed out with honor in the final match against India on Sunday, 2 November 2025 at the Dr. D.Y. Patel Sports Academy in Navi, Mumbai, losing by 52 runs. Recognizes the remarkable individual achievements of Laura Wolfhard to finish the tournament as the leading run scorer with 570 runs, and Marizanne Kapp, who became the all-time leading wicket taker in women's ODI World Cup history with 44 wickets. Further recognizes that South Africa has participated in every edition of the Women's Cricket World Cup since its first appearance in 1979, reaching the semi-finals in 2000 and 2017. Acknowledges that this is the first time the South African women's cricket team has reached a World Cup final since joining the competition in 1979, and expresses its deep pride and joy in the Proteas women for their outstanding performance, sportsmanship, and for bringing hope and inspiration to the people of South Africa. We so move.
Thank you. I put the motion. Any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Action essay.
Chairperson, I, Athol Trollope, on behalf of Action SA, move without notice that the House notes with concern the recent expose on Checkpoint, revealing that corrupt officials from the Gauteng Department of Health, who are allegedly involved in the Tembisa Hospital heist, have found employment in the Midvaal local municipality. Acknowledges that the ongoing collapse of public health services is the direct result of the absence of consequence management within the public health sector, where officials who have failed in their duties and committed corruption continue to find employment in other health sectors and spheres of government. Calls on the Midvaal municipality to take immediate steps to remove from its administration all officials implicated in the Gauteng Health Department corruption, as their continued employment poses a serious threat to the effective delivery of essential public health services. Further calls on the Gauteng Department of Health to institute thorough investigations and purge its ranks of officials responsible for the entrenched culture of corruption and mismanagement that has brought the province's health system to its knees. I so move.
Put the motion. Are there any objections? The DA?
The DA objects. It's misleading.
Thank you. We don't need reasons. With that objection noted, this motion will be converted to a notice of motion. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC moves without notice that knows that the United Nations International Day for Preventing the Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflict is annually held on the 6th of November. Further knows that war and armed conflict have many damaging effects on the natural environment. Believes that the new technologies such as drone, hypersonic missiles, directed energy weapons, and cyber and electronic warfare used for war means that the destruction and damage of the environment is more serious and the long-term consequences can be worse. Further believes that this damage can often extend beyond the limit of national territories and today's generations, and urges all to educate people about the damaging effect of war and armed conflict on the environment, and that every effort must be taken to limit environmental destruction caused by conflict. I so move. Thank you.
Put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I will move without notice on behalf of the ACDP that the House notes that according to Open Doors, an international Christian concern, jihadist violence continues to escalate in Nigeria, with over 7,000 Christians having been killed in Nigeria this year alone, with thousands more uprooted or abducted. Notes further that over 3.5 million people have been internally displaced due to various forms of violence and conflict, particularly from Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa province. Notes further that more than 400,000 Nigerian refugees remain displaced in neighboring countries due to the violence, and calls on the international community, including the United Nations, the African Union, and the Economic Community of West African States to assist Nigeria in protecting all vulnerable communities and bringing peace and stability to all in the country. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The DA.
Good afternoon, Honourable House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House acknowledges that in a single weekend, 22 people were killed and 16 others critically injured across the Cape Flats. From Mitchell's Plain and Delft to Manenberg, Lavender Hill, and Elsie's Rivier, families are mourning loved ones lost to relentless gunfire and gang violence. Shares condolences with the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters of the victims who were killed in their streets, near their homes, and in some cases while sitting in their cars. Notes that although some of these shootings were between rival gangs, the real tragedy is that innocent people, including children, are being caught in the crossfire that has now become normal for families to sleep on the floor to avoid stray bullets. Further notes that this can never be acceptable in a constitutional democracy. Also further notes that despite the acting Minister of Police undertaking to launch a comprehensive plan urgently, this has not yet come to fruition. Recognizes that this crisis shows that the national policing from Pretoria has failed to protect our communities and that the current system is too centralized, too slow, and too disconnected from the reality on the ground. Calls for the devolving of policing powers to provinces and capable municipalities, since local government knows the streets, the gangs, and the hotspots. Further calls for evidence-based, intelligence-driven policing that uses data and community.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired. I put the motion. Are there any objections? The ANC?
Thanks, House Chair. The ANC object.
Thank you. With that objection noted, this motion will be converted to a notice of motion. Yes, Honourable Michalakis, why do you want to be recognised?
Thank you, House Chair. Before you call the next motion, I just need to ask it similar to the point of order earlier on, which creates a bit of a conundrum right now, because if the motion is as circulated, put before the House, I am going to rise on a similar point of order. And secondly, if a new motion or an amended motion is put before the House, that wouldn't have been circulated. So we sit with the problem that the next two motions of the MK party are going to be objected to. And I don't think we should be in a position where it's put in the House, to the House in the first place. Your guidance would be appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honourable Michalakis. Unfortunately, order, honourable members. Honourable Reddy, you weren't recognised. Why do you want to be recognised at this point? I'm busy with a point of order, and in terms of our rules, until I've ruled on that point of order, no further points of order may be raised. So will you please just remain muted? And if you still require an intervention after I'm done, I'll recognise you. Okay, honourable members, I've had a look at the rules in the meantime, and it is indeed so that for the reasons I've explained previously, and that is the historical motivation for bringing motions without notice into our architecture, there's a requirement that these motions be circulated, and at that point in time, parties may indicate to one another why they would not be in favour of the motions, and then there's, as I understand it, an opportunity to amend it. And whilst there is a suggestion in the rules that only motions that has been circulated ultimately may be read in the House, and that they must comply in a broad manner with the rules quoted by the Honourable Michalakis, there's similarly, unfortunately, not a clear-cut procedure to prevent the reading out of motions which has been properly circulated. There is the possibility, and the Honourable Michalakis has now given us, I want to say, notice already that he will be objecting to those. So I will, at this point in time, allow for the motion to be read, and then, Honourable Michalakis, you may use your powers in terms of the rules to object. May I also just at this point in time indicate that I do not see a motion in terms of which the House calls on the executive or another sphere of government to perform a specific action or function as an instruction or a directive. Whether it is proper for this House to call on another sphere of government or the executive through a motion without notice to do something is a point we can debate in the Rules Committee. But it's clearly, if the phrasing is that it calls on another sphere of government or the executive to do something rather than direct it, it is not an instruction to the executive. Honourable Reddy, do you need an intervention?
No, Honourable Speaker, I just want to rise on a point of commendation. Thank you. I think you've clarified the issue.
Thank you. That's not a intervention in terms of our rules. Honourable members, order. MK Party.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of Isimangaliso Party, I move without notice that the House knows with concern that rightful owners in District 6 and other depossessed Aboriginal and African indigenous communities remain landless while public land is sold to the developers. Calls on the Minister of Human Settlements to hold all land transfers pending a national restitution audit across District 6, Namaqualand, KwaZulu-Natal, and Eastern Cape, and resolve that the Portfolio Committee hold joint hearings with affected communities and traditional leaders within 30 days. I so move. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? The DA?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the DA objects on the procedural basis that we pointed out. I would just also like to refer, if I may, to Rule 123 2C7. That does not say may not issue an instruction to the executive, but it says may not propose to issue an instruction to the executive. And I would submit to you that calls on does qualify as that. May not propose instead of may not issue. But I will respect your ruling in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Michalakis, honourable members. Please also be reminded that in this chair, we are, of course, also strongly guided by Rule 123D, subsection 5. So in future, if you are aggrieved by any of these motions during the course of the morning, lobby other parties to join you, and then, of course, the presiding officer in the chair will have no discretion. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair.
Point of order.
Yes, Honourable
There
Troll.
was an objection to that motion.
Yeah, my apologies. Procedurally, I should have indicated that that motion is to be converted to a notice of motion. Thank you. The EFF, my apologies, Honourable Member.
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on behalf of economic freedom fighters for the House to note that in an informal settlement called Moy Plus near Sunderland Industrial in Tshwane, more than 8 people have been violently murdered in the past 2 months. Further notes that the majority of community members have raised concerns about the ownership of rental properties by members of South African Police Service. Acknowledges that many officers of the South African Police Service who own rental properties in that area, particularly from Erasmia in our police station, spend much of their time and state resources conducting private business instead of policing. Condemns that this conduct by police officers has worsened crime in informal settlement. Recognizes that the Minister of Police has been informed about the dire state of affairs in that informal settlement. Calls on members of the community in the broader Centurion area, SAPS and civil society to coordinate all efforts to fight crime in the area. Further calls on Portfolio Committee on Police to conduct an oversight visit to this informal settlement as one of the hotspots for serious crimes, in particular murder, and compile a report for consideration by the House. I so move. Thank you.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The UDM? Does the UDM have a motion without notice?
Yes, House Chair. Thank you so much. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House expresses deep sorrow and heartfelt condolences to the government and people of the Republic of Kenya upon the passing of the Right Honourable Raila Odinga. Acknowledges that Mr. Odinga was a towering figure in African politics. His courage, integrity, and lifelong commitment to democracy shaped not only Kenya but the whole continent. Further acknowledges his contribution to the struggle for freedom, justice, and good governance will remain a guiding light for generations to come. Notes that the Kenyan elections have often been robust, fearlessly contested, yet when the dust settled, the nation's leaders always found a way to come together and rebuild in the spirit of unity. This quality of rising above division to serve the greater good stands as one of the greatest lessons Africa can learn from Kenya and its legacy for which Mr. Odinga will forever be remembered. Conveys its deepest sympathies to the Odinga family, to the leadership and members of the Orange Democratic Movement, and to all Kenyans who mourn the passing of this great son of Africa. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and may his example continue to inspire those who seek to build nations founded on justice and compassion. I so move.
Thank you. I put that motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The African National Congress move without notice that the House notes that People's at Klein, Johannesburg, outside Stellenbosch, produces between 2,200 and 2,400 meals daily of which about 1,000 are distributed to children benefiting from Pebbles program, and the rest going to other charitable organizations. Further notes that founded in 2004, the Petals Project aims to bring education and skills to children on Western Cape partner farms, and again acknowledges that meals are delivered to the children of farms workers all the way to Glen Williams and circulating back to the Cape winelands from Franschhoek to the Hemel and Adave. Further acknowledges that currently the charity runs 32 early child development centers for children up to 5 years old and 19 after-school clubs with a mobile library and activities such as football, dancing and surfing and marimba boards. Understanding that the organization receives 4% of their funding from government and rest mostly from donors. And lastly, wishes the Petals Kitchen project much success with their plans of increasing their meal output to 5,000 a day.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Rise Mzansi.
Against Mtramashtul, I hereby move on behalf of Rise Mzansi that the House, one, celebrates Zolani Zondane for walking approximately 800 kilometers from Gqeberha to Cape Town in order to raise awareness for men's mental health. Two, recognizes that men face unique mental health challenges and are often burdened by societal norms which result in men being less likely to seek mental health support. Three, knows that this has contributed to South Africa having one of the highest suicide rates in the world. Therefore, commends Zondane for launching Broski, the Living Experience, an initiative that aims to create safe spaces for men to open up on their mental health challenges, and affirms the need for continued action to address men's mental health challenges in South Africa. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Bosa.
No motion.
Thank you. The ATM. If not present, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House knows that a groundbreaking program in Nelson Mandela Bay that supports high school learners through to engineering careers celebrated 10 years and 100% employment record on Friday, 12 October 2025. Further notes that the Incubating Great Engineering Minds program, known as iGEMS, is a flagship initiative of the Unity in Africa Foundation and was founded in 2015 to bridge the gap between education and employment. Understands that learners with potential to become engineers are identified in grades 11 and 12 and receive academic support in maths, science, and coding. Further understands that after completing grade 12, they spend a structured year gaining real-world work experience through industry placements. Acknowledges that iGEMS students are then placed at a university with continued mentorship and guidance, and welcomes the iGEMS initiative, which began with the mission to strengthen South Africa's engineering talent pipeline in the Eastern Cape. So I move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Al-Jamal.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of Al-Jamaa, I move without notice that the House, one, acknowledges the KwaZulu-Natal High Court's findings into the inquest of former President General of the ANC Chief Albert Luthuli that he was beaten to death by apartheid police. Number two, further acknowledges that Chief Luthuli's tragic death on the 21st July 1967 was not as a result of being hit by a goods strain as stated by the apartheid regime. Number 3, notes that the families of loved ones killed by the apartheid regime are in need of moral support and resources to pursue the reopening of inquest. Number 4, further notice that the budget allocated for inquest into deaths of political detainees and activists must be ring-fenced. Number 5, notes that the former apartheid police officers found guilty of murdering detainees during the apartheid era, that their state pensions and medals achieved during that period be withdrawn. I so move. Thank you.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The DA?
Honourable House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House sends its condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Emeritus Professor Max Loubser, celebrates his legacy and impact in the South African legal field, recognizes his contribution to the lives of thousands of law students who passed through his classroom, whom he inspired to use their legal studies to make South Africa a better place for all. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The NCC? If not present, the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress moves without notice that the House knows that the University of Johannesburg awarded an honorary doctorate to acclaimed poet and writer Angie Crow during the spring graduation ceremony. That the House further knows that the award recognizes significant contributions to South African literature, language, and public thought. That the House acknowledges and recalls that she has published 13 volumes of poetry, with many translated into English and other languages, and is renowned for her translation of Nelson Mandela's Long Walk to Freedom, Lang Pad na Vryheid, my daughter. The House remembers Crow as a literary giant whose work continues to inspire many, and the House must congratulate Angie Crow for her honor in recognition of her commitment to democracy, governance, and social justice, and commends the University of Johannesburg for honoring notable South Africa for exceptional achievement. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The PIC? If not present, the UIT?
Thank you, Speaker. The United African Transformation move without notice a concern that over 2,000 graduates who were employed on a 3-year contract under the Civic Digitization Project at the Department of Home Affairs have now been extended by only 5 months, from 1st November 2025 to 31st March 2026, under the same unwarranted conditions. Despite performing essential departmental duties, the HR had outsourced private company instead of strengthening internal capacity. At a time of historic youth unemployment, this is unjustifiable and further contradict Section 23, subsection 1 of the Constitution, right to fair labor practices. The Labor Relations Act, Section 186, subsection 1 and B, against denying legitimate permanent expectations. Section 198B of the Basic Condition of Employment Act, limiting misuse of fixed-term contract. The UAT call on the minister to hold outsourcing, protect citizens' data, and permanently absorb these graduates into the department. We so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? The DA?
The DA objects.
Thank you. With that objection, this motion is to be converted to a notice of motion. Good. The MKP.
Honorable Chairperson, I rise on behalf of Mkhondwesi's party to move without notice that this House, number 1, notes with concern the widespread and aggressive advertising of online gambling on television, radio, billboards, and at the airports across the country. Number 2, MKP further notes that such advertising targets vulnerable groups, including the unemployed and young people, creating false hope and fueling addiction and debt. Number 3, MK Party recalls that cigarette advertising was banned in the Republic in the public interest to protect health and families. Number 4, MK Party believes that online gambling adverts are now causing comparable social harm and require urgent national attention, and encourages that relevant authorities must review the current legislation and advertising practices to ensure stronger protections for families and communities against gambling and related harm. And then lastly, Chair, I would like this House to greet our MK Party President, President Zuma, and Captain Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso in Ouagadougou right now. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? The DA?
The DA objects.
With that objection noted, this motion is to be converted to a notice of motion. Order, honourable members. The DA. Please continue, honourable member.
Thank you. Chairperson, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House acknowledges that over the past month, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts inquiry into the Road Accident Fund has interviewed numerous officials whose lives have been ruined by the actions of the former leadership of the Road Accident Fund, including several who have even taken their own lives, condemns the mistreatment of Road Accident Fund employees by its former leadership, commends all employees who fought to prevent corruption and mismanagement at the entity by blowing the whistle, and whose voices the DA attempted to amplify in Parliament despite inaction by multiple past ministers of transport. Notes that it is our collective responsibility to ensure government institutions are properly managed, led, and that, of course, it is led with integrity aimed at serving the people of South Africa. Reaffirms their commitment to executing these duties diligently in the interest of both officials of government departments and, of course, the people that they serve too. I so move. Thank you.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? The MK
objects against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. With that objection noted, this motion will be converted to a notice of motion. Order. The ANC.
Pound to pound.
Order, honourable members.
Thank you very much. The African National Congress moves without notice that number 1 notes that a 7-year-old sensation, Linani Potwana, is making waves in the beauty pageant scene, taking the world by storm. Number 2 further notes that the Mdansane-born rising star Linani was recently bestowed the title of champion at the International Professional Certification Association All-Star Coronation Contest in China on Saturday, the 4th of October, 2025. 3 remembers that her video went viral and her show-stopping performance with over 3 million views, 100,000 likes and 3,000 comments on Instagram. 4 further remembers that among contestants from more than 40 countries, she stood out, earning admiration from fans and social media alike. 5 acknowledges that Lenani has walked in prestigious fashion events such as the Paris Fashion Week Kids Unit, the China Fashion Week, and the Shanghai Children's Fashion Week. And lastly, commends Linani Potwana for her sterling performance and commends her for raising the country's flag high internationally. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, the last item on the order paper is notices of motion. Does any member of the ANC wish to give a notice of motion?
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate increasing support for small enterprises, entrepreneurs, and cooperatives, especially in townships and villages, providing additional work opportunities with set aside for women, youth, and persons with disability. I thank you.
The DA?
Honourable House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates at its next sitting legislative measures to curb illegal land invasions and measures to improve the legal process to state subsidy housing. I so move.
The MKP.
Honourable Speaker, I hereby give notice that on behalf of MK Party, I shall move at the next sitting that this House notes with great concern the growing loss of public confidence in the Independent Electoral Commission following credible reports of irregularities, inconsistencies, and operational mismanagement during the recent May 2024 national and provincial elections. Further notes that the IEC's handling of result verification, objection processes, and the conduct of the Joint Operations Centre during the election period lacked transparency and public accountability, fueling perceptions of bias and political interference. Recognizes that the credibility of the electoral system depends on the openness, impartiality, and integrity of all IEC structures, including the JOC, which must operate in full view of multi-party observers and the public. Therefore, calls for the establishment of an independent, multi-party parliamentary inquiry to investigate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. South Africa continues to extract and export the majority of its minerals in a raw form, which denies our people the benefit of beneficiation, industrial development, and job creation, as originally intended by the MPRDA. At the same time, the current licensing system for mining and prospecting right is in crisis, lacking transparency and efficiency, and open to manipulation and exclusion. In its next sitting, the House must debate the failure to realize mineral beneficiation and build domestic value-adding capacity, the collapse and vulnerability of the current mining and prospecting rights licensing system, the urgent steps required to ensure that mineral wealth is used to benefit the majority of our people. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate optimizing early childhood development with greater emphasis on the children with special needs. I so move.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I here give a notice that I shall move at the next sitting of this House, that this House debates the alarming exit of multinational companies from South Africa and the underlying factors driving this exit. I so move.
The PA.
Honourable Speaker, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move that the House debate with grave concern the tragic shooting incident that occurred in Reiger Park, Boksburg over the weekend, resulting in the death of 6 individuals and injuries to several others, including women and children. Condemns it in the strongest possible terms, the seamless violence and criminal activity that continue to plague communities such as Reiger Park. Acknowledge the pain and trauma experienced by the affected families and the broader community, and expresses heartfelt condolences for those who have lost loved ones. Calls on the South African Police Service to prioritize the investigation with the 23-year-old that was allegedly arrested and maintain a visible presence in the area to restore public safety and confidence. Urges the Police Minister to deploy additional resources to gang-affected communities and to strengthen intelligence-led police strategies.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you.
The FF Plus.
House Chair, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I will move that the House debates the rapid decline of the state of local municipalities in the Free State, especially ones under provincial administration, and the reasons for this rapid decline. Thank you.
Action SA.
I hereby move on behalf of Action SA that the House debates at its next sitting Action SA's expose as part of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts inquiry into the Road Accident Fund of unrecorded claims of over 500 billion rendering the fund hugely insolvent and posing a serious danger to the national fiscus, which may have to be funded by all South Africans through the fuel levy. I so move.
The ANC.
House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate strengthening community media so that it can play its role in building a strong democracy. I so move.
The ACDP.
Honorable House Chairperson, I move on behalf of the African Christian Democratic Party that this House debates at its next sitting the interventions to be taken by the South African government through its diplomatic and intergovernmental channels to stop the massacre of Christians and other minority groups in Nigeria, the DRC, Mozambique, and recently in Sudan, where 2,000 civilians were butchered in 2 days in the month of October. I so move.
The DA.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the importance of integrating sustainable development goals into tourism policies and practices, specifically goals 1, no poverty, 4, quality education, 5, gender equality, 8, decent work and economic growth, and 10, reduce inequalities to drive transformation, promote equal opportunities, and ensure sustainable development in the tourism sector. I so move.
MK.
Thank you, Speaker. I here give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move that the House debate the challenge of public transport in South Africa and adopt appropriate measures to change the traveling expenses of millions of the community public, especially disabled people. I so move.
EFF.
Thank you, Chair. House Chair. On behalf of EFF, I shall move that this House at its next sitting confronts the alarming reality that far too many artists die in poverty, despite their invaluable contributions to the society and culture. It is imperative that we take immediate action to challenge this issue and implement concrete solutions to support artists throughout their careers and beyond. Historically, countless talented individuals, musicians, writers, performers, and visual artists have experienced financial hardships, often going unrecognized until their deaths. This unacceptable trend raises crucial questions about the devaluation of arts and systemic barriers that perpetuate the financial instability of those who dedicate their lives to creativity. The FF calls for investigation of economic barriers. We need to address economic issues affecting the arts, such as lack of funding, low pay, and unfair gig.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
I so move. Thanks.
The UDM. If not,
thank you. No, I'm here, House Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much, House Chair. During the question and answer session last week, Deputy President Paul Mashatile referred to rural municipalities as dead horses. The United Democratic Movement in this regard would like this House at its next sitting to debate measures that can be taken to revive and strengthen rural municipalities. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that this House at its next sitting must debate ensuring food security at all times by developing a sustainable food policy strategy. I hereby move.
Thank you. Rise Mzansi.
Thank you. I move on behalf of Rise Mzansi that at its next sitting, the House debate the need to eradicate supply chain irregularities and corruption at South Africa's water boards in order to ensure that all South Africans have equal access to water. I so move.
Thank you. Bosha.
I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move that this House notes with outrage that 6 years after the brutal murder of Uyinene Mkhwetjane, whose death moved thousands of women and girls to march to this Parliament, little has changed, with 5,578 women having been murdered in 2024 in South Africa. that this House also acknowledges the growing frustration of civil society, including organizations that have declared that on 21 November 2025, the day before the world's most powerful leaders arrive, they will shut this nation down in a nationwide mobilization to signal that South African women will no longer be ignored, and that this House affirms our solidarity with the women who continue to march, to grieve, and to demand justice, because their courage keeps the conscience of this nation alive.
Thank you. The ATM.
Thank you. I move on behalf of ATM that the next sitting in the House debates the manipulation of the South African rand by major banks over more than a decade, undermining economic sovereignty and deepening inequality. This collusion has weakened the rand to benefit banks' foreign investments while harming ordinary South Africans. Notes that this issue has been in the public domain since 2017 with no resolution, leaving South Africans without accountability. Acknowledges as a result, essential goods, imported products, and vehicles have become far more expensive. Small-scale farmers face unsustainable costs, and citizens struggle with travel, education, and business opportunities. Recognizes that this conduct disproportionately affects poor and working class, benefits a small elite, erodes public trust, and constitutes economic injustice with long-term impacts on poverty, inequality, and development. I so move.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House at its next sitting debates strengthening ongoing initiatives to improve reading and numeracy of learners in public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Al-Jamaa.
Thank you. On behalf of Al-Jamaa, I hereby move that the House debates the relevance of Black economic empowerment and that the strengthening of its policies to rightfully benefit the Black. All those people discriminated against during apartheid, masses dispossessed and disenfranchised under the former apartheid regime. I so move.
Thank you. The DA.
Chairperson, SETAs are plagued with corruption and underperformance, while costing the South African taxpayer tens of billions of rands. And so I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House in its next sitting debates the efficacy of sector education and training authorities in teaching necessary economic trades and growing the economy through skills development. I, Karabo Lerato Khakao, so move.
Thank you. The NCC. If not, the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Given the disparities that are there on student accommodation prices, on behalf of the ANC, I so move that in the next sitting we must discuss the introduction of regulating student prices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The PIC. If not, the UIT.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move on behalf of the United African Transformation that in the next sitting, that this House debate the institutionalization of security vetting across all South African municipalities as a national measure to protect state integrity, prevent maladministration, and ensure that persons entrusted with public resources meet the ethical, professional, and security standards required by law. I so move.
Thank you. Good. MK.
I hear to give notice that I intend to move that this House debate the limitation of 1996 Constitution in realizing economic freedom for the majority and calls for the national referendum to draft a new people-driven constitution that restores and the sovereignty of parliament and recognize traditional leadership as co-equal pillar of governance. I so move.
The DA.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting, this House debates the urgent need to allow businesses to create jobs by removing regulatory obstacles, including racial sectorial quotas and the automatic extension of bargaining council agreements to small businesses. I so move.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that the House at its next sitting must debate accelerate land reform and redistribution to reduce asset inequality and protect security of tenure, improve food security and agriculture production, promote rural and urban development, and enable greater access to housing. I thank you.
Thank you. Order, honourable members, you requested to stand and wait for the presiding officer and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.